whatever that's called, the plan, rescue plan funds to pay for the entirety of Texas grants as it's currently funded in Senate Bill 1. And the GR that we save by doing that is reinvested back into financial aid programs in order to serve 100% of eligible Texas students. Despite our promise to students and their families, Texas grants are funded to only serve 70% of eligible students. And last session, even though we all claim we love community colleges and we have them in our districts and it's the backbone of higher education, we only served 19% of eligible community college students and 30% of the technical and state college students. One other point. We know that there are ESSER II and ESSER III federal stimulus funds, which will award Texas $5.5 billion and an additional $12.4 billion, respectively, for education funding, and that we've yet to appropriate these funds or even received them. In appropriations, one of the reasons is we've been given as to why leadership has yet to certify to receive these funds is because of concerns with meeting maintenance of effort provisions within the federal legislation. And we've been told that what that means is we might have to invest $1.2 billion more into higher education to meet maintenance of effort. Well, this is a perfect way for us to move in that direction. We could spend $1.2 billion now so that we could draw down $17.9 billion for education. And while I personally think we must maintain this commitment in the out years, it's still important that we provide this one-time financial aid right now to Texas students and their families to provide tuition relief to those that are suffering from the pandemic. This is a simple and common sense idea that would go a long way in helping our students and our workforce. Understand we don't currently have these funds, so for now I move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Ms. Howard moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none. It's ordered. The following amendment on page 164, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment follows up on recommendations from a work group through the Higher Education Coordinating Board and involve various nursing programs throughout the state. I believe there's an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Members, this is just a technical fix for the FTE issue at Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and it's acceptable to the author.
Ms. Gonzalez sends up the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mrs. Howard to close on the amendment as amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This just allows nursing programs to use dollars to build out their capacity and serve more nursing students. I move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment as amended. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the adoption of the amendment as amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment on page 166, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that just restores the 5% cuts in FY 22-23 to the professional nursing shortage reduction program. Move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair has none. The amendment is adopted.
All right, welcome everybody to Indivisible Text Ledge Budget Night Live. We are super excited to be with you this evening, and joining is Robert Norris with, he's got tuned in. What's going on with Budget Night? Robert, you've been live tweeting all day about what's been happening on Budget Day, now going into the night on Indivisible Text Ledge Twitter account. How's it been going for you so far?
It's been going fine.
Positions, leaving most of rural Texas severely.
Let me turn this down. I've got it going over here on my iPad so that I can do double duty. It's been a strange day. There are a lot of, but it's actually moving quite quickly. A lot of amendments have been withdrawn, and a lot of amendments have been moved into Article 11. That's the famous wish list article that kind of gives an amendment a lifeline until they get to conference committee, because all these items have to be discussed when they get into conference committee. You know, when they started off the discussions at 10, well, a little bit after 10 o'clock, they started off with the House Appropriations Committee version of the appropriation bill with Article 11. All those items totaled up $23 billion. Yeah, a lot had already been moved into Article 11 during the House appropriations process. So they're starting off with 23 billion. It's just going to grow with all the stuff that they're adding to it now. There's really been kind of two major highlights. One was the amendment by Representative Garnett Coleman about a form of Medicaid expansion. This was what he was calling it, was sort of like a demonstration program that basically got you to the same place as Medicaid expansion, but he wanted to make sure that it would be, there would be an application from the state of Texas to the federal government, and that application would be developed and submitted by the governor's office and the Health and Human Services Commission. So this was an attempt to say, you know, this is a Texas version of Medicaid expansion in a sense. Unfortunately, the amendment failed, and I think the only Republican who supported it was what is his name, Lyle Larson in San Antonio, who's always been supportive of this, but it failed along party lines, and Representative Coleman did a great job explaining it. There was a lot of moving pieces in that amendment, but the reason why Representative Capriglione objected to it was that there's simply too much going on with Medicaid expansion to be able to make it work in just an amendment. And basically this was a rider. The rider would be, was just insufficient in and of itself to do Medicaid expansion. So he didn't voice an objection to Medicaid expansion. He just said that the rider itself didn't give enough specifics. It wouldn't work in its, just by itself. So there's still that bill, House Bill 3871 by Representative Julie Johnson, that would implement Medicaid expansion, and that's going to be heard at the Human Services Committee, I hope, next week. And that's got a lot of support from 9. That gets over the majority. 9 Republicans have signed on to it, so that's looking pretty good. But it was unfortunate for that whole thing to have gone so far and had so much work done on that amendment by Representative Coleman. He was supported by a lot of Democrats were crowded around him at the front mic. It was pretty emotional. And then there was a amendment that actually zoomed through pretty fast by Representative Eddie Rodriguez that would basically make sure that federal money from the various relief acts, CARES, CARISA, Federal Rescue Plan, American Rescue Plan, that money that's intended to go to education is actually used and allocated directly to local education agencies, that it's actually used the way it's supposed to be used and not used to save the state money, to save general revenue like the first allocation was used. That was about $1 billion. So that amendment passed. It was acceptable to the author. It really had no opposition from anybody. They didn't have to do a record vote. It was quickly adopted, which was great. Now, the fact that that's adopted at this point doesn't mean that's a done deal. That can be undone in conference committee. And there's reason to believe that the chair of Senate Finance, Jane Nelson, may have some issues with that because she said before that there's just too many complications with allocating that money. We just don't know if the federal government is going to object to the way we want to allocate money. And there's this whole issue of maintenance of effort. And in fact, they were talking about it here in just a minute ago. Would the maintenance of effort calculation have to result in more money being spent in higher education, an additional $1 billion in order to draw down the almost $18 billion that's allocated to Texas so far? So, that was a debate. That $1 billion was brought up by Representative Howard. It just got moved into Article 11. So that can, like I say, it can get undone when they get to conference committee.
And they make it seem like it's an unsolvable problem.
Right.
When you have these billions of dollars that the federal government's given us for education, and let's say we put some legitimate lens on Senator Nelson's concern about this $1 billion. Well, you have over $10 billion in the rainy day fund. Mm-hmm. If you needed to pull some more money to be able to use, if you're really concerned about the expenses, and the benefit would be public education and higher education get a whole lot of resources available to them.
They do
right away. And so when they make it seem like it's a problem, it's just something that they don't want to solve to be able to help public education, higher education, unfortunately, is what it really comes off as. Because when we're holding these funds, school districts, higher education institutions are making decisions right now around their budget. Mm-hmm. And they don't have any insight around where this money is going to be coming or when it's going to be coming. And so we're hurting public education by not just letting these funds flow. Like I think we heard last night, over 44 other states have been able to do that already.
They have over 44 states. And as somebody pointed out, might have been Representative Howard. No, I take that back. It was the chair, Representative Greg Bonin, pointed out that, well, a lot of the federal money for higher ed has actually gone to universities already. By now, it's done. Some of that money's already gone to local governments. They've got billions of dollars, apparently. So what is the holdup? Why do we need to wait and have this drawn out process when this money could be allocated like 44 other states have done? They've already allocated their money to school districts. They haven't had to play this waiting game and, bite their nails over it. I hope that the Department of Education, works with TEA and with the legislature, to clear up whatever concerns that they have about, violating maintenance of effort. But the good news is that this money can be spent over several years. It isn't something that they just have to draw down, hurry up and get it out. They can allocate it over several years. So, this can be something that they appropriate in the appropriations bill. The money comes in, they get it out. But it would be a lot better if they allocated as soon as possible, as much as they could, directly to school districts, because they're already developing their budgets for the next school year. They need to know how much federal money they're going to get. I think that's a point that Bob Popinski with Raise Your Hand Texas brought up, and that school districts have needs. They want to be able to deal with the learning loss problem. They've already spent a lot of money on on personal protective equipment, on modifications to their school buildings. They've already invested a lot, and they've done all that out of pocket so far. So they they need some supplement to their budgets, and to be able to do the things that they want to do with their students, a lot of whom have been at home doing virtual education and not doing so well when they're out there. That's one thing that TEA has been talking about is that virtual education is doing it the best they can, but they're finding out that there's a lot of students who just don't do that well when they're at home trying to learn remotely. So the schools want to bring all those people back in, and they've got costs. They just need this money as soon as possible. And I'll say this too, put the pressure on. Raise Your Hand Texas has a great call to action, as we like to call them. You can go to their website. They've got a direct mail in and call in. So you can put the pressure on your representative, your senator. This is a good first step by Representative Rodriguez, Eddie Rodriguez, to get this amendment in. But it's just a first step.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we got a question. I think Coleman, the one that failed was Amendment 54, correct?
Yes, I think that's right. Yes, Amendment 54.
And so we got
It
a
was
question.
page 103.
We got a question from Cheryl Foster around finding out who voted against the Medicaid. And Cheryl, I pasted the link. And Robert, if you want to share your screen to navigate just for people as a refresher, we shared last night how
Yeah.
you can see House pre-filed amendments, and then you can, where I pulled this from, I went to the actions to look at the
Yeah.
vote. And that's where I was able to get the recorded vote for Amendment 54 and
Mhm.
sent that link to Cheryl. So
Okay.
let's walk through that so that people can kind of know how we're navigating the information and how we're able to continue to share it as we do the watch party tonight. And definitely encourage everybody to follow this approach at home. Pull up the tabs on your computer and have fun with it.
Have fun. Okay. What are you saying? Would you like me to go ahead and do that now?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see if I can do this in a more coordinated manner than I've done before. All right. Okay. Come back to you. All right. Do we have any more questions coming in yet?
Let me double check here.
No, not that one.
So far, not yet, but definitely if you're following us on YouTube or on Facebook, let us know and we
There it
will see if we can answer questions. Or if you just want to throw out some comments, we'd love to hear what you're thinking about this process as we go through it. And after Robert's presentation here, we're going to talk to you about the fun element that we have planned for everybody so that you can jump in and have some fun too.
All right. Are you able to see this screen?
Yes, I see the
Okay.
history of SB1 right now.
History of SB1. All right. So That's what you were talking about a minute ago. Right here in this column are the amendment numbers and the person who is offering the amendment. So say amendment number 100 by Representative Mijares. It was adopted. That means it was adopted probably just a few minutes ago. And we can scroll down here and you can see where there's record votes. You can see how people have voted. So you just kind of click on that link and that'll show you the record vote on a particular amendment. So let's go down here to 54.
And
Here it
just a
is.
heads up, Robert, whenever you click on the record vote, you may have to reshare for that window.
Oh my, okay, all right. Well, I can tell you, just if you click on it, just do that. And I can assure you that you will be able to see that 68 people voted yes and 80 people voted no. And you'll be able to see all the people who voted no when you go there. So just like I say, just click on that and you'll get the information that you're looking for. There haven't been, you know, when you look at it, there haven't really been a lot of record votes. Most of these amendments, you can see amendment withdrawn. Yeah. Point of order. A lot of these amendments too, if they were a writer, they didn't have any trouble most of the time. And if they were an amendment that could be put into Article 11 and nobody objected, that got done. But, you know, so far we haven't seen the kind of contentious acrimony that we've seen in other years with the House floor debate. You know, last time there was this whole big fuss with Representative Stickland and feral hogs, you know, funding for feral hog abatement. And there were the usual red meat things about, you know, teaching people God, you know, the importance of God and the, you know, the amendments, the Constitution and things like that. So far, the wacky ones that we've seen are from Slayton, Cason, and Toth. So you can just think that Clayton, Cason, and Toth. Most of what it is from this Slayton guy who had an amendment about making sure that they can't teach critical race theory in schools, which he said is a Marxist ideology, and they don't want they don't want students in school districts to be inculcated with a Marxist form of education. And Representative Collier said, I move a point of order because this is trying to amend general law on the appropriation bill, and it's just downright evil. I've never heard of a point of order where it's just downright evil, but why not? So that point of order was sustained. In fact, you know, you'll notice when they do that, they're on a amendment to the amendment number 105 right now by, looks like, who is that? Yeah, Representative Raymond. He has a lot of amendments having to do with health education institutes that are down around the border. So, you know, we had one about critical race theory. It was downright evil. We've had one about voucher programs. It was interesting. There was an amendment by Representative Herrero to say you cannot use any money appropriated to TEA or for state aid to school districts that would fund any kind of voucher programs, like, you know, no tax credit voucher programs, no straight up voucher programs, just no voucher programs. Well, that was adopted pretty quickly. You know, there was a record vote on it, but nobody objected to it. That rider proposal has been, you know, adopted on the House floor for several sessions. This is not a new thing. And I can't recall. I think most of the time it gets taken out in conference committee, but they want that expression of the House is really, we do not want voucher programs. Well, just a few minutes after that, Representative Toth offers this amendment that he wants school districts to be able to have, he wants parents to have choice. He wants them to have voucher programs. So he had his own little voucher program amendment. I think I've got the wording here. Let's see. Yeah. Private school choice. It's the intent of the legislature that TEA, out of amounts appropriated above, may administer a private school choice program in accordance with the rules adopted by the Commissioner of Education. So then Representative Herrero raised a point of order because it amends general law on the appropriation bill, and his point of order was sustained. So sorry, can't do that.
Yeah,
And
can't
then
use tax dollars to make a private school system that is only going to be for certain people, right?
right. So it was like the dueling voucher amendments. It was just one after the other. And it's funny because it was just like one says you can't use it for voucher programs. The next, you can use it for voucher programs. Fortunately, the one that says no voucher programs won. That was the one by Representative Herrero. So that little battle had to be fought. Then we've got that Representative Kaysen amendment number 86 about critical race theory and it being Marxist. The actual amendment said money appropriated by this act may not be used to teach critical theory in a public school, which I thought was kind of funny because, wouldn't you want people to be able to think critically? I guess not. You don't want people to think critically. This is, again, what I mean. A lot of times these amendments are written by the staff, of these members, and they're probably given a few minutes to write the amendment. A lot of times they don't really know what they're talking about anyway. They just write the damn thing. Then we had this other amendment, 87, that says money appropriated for the foundation school program may not be used to affirm a child's perception of the child's biological sex if that perception is inconsistent with the child's biological sex as determined by the child's sex organs, chromosomes, and endogenous hormone profiles. So this one really gets into kind of the unfortunate aspects of human biology. And he just kind of, he's an odd man. He just kind of looked like somebody that you wouldn't want to find late at night in a bar.
Sounds like he's trying to use fancy words for his transphobia, is what it sounded like. Huh?
That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And Representative Weiner raised a point of order. Same thing, can't amend the general law in the appropriation bill. And the point of order was sustained. And you could tell he was upset. He was really a sore loser on that one. So,
well, he thought he used the big words out of the dictionary to kind of fool everyone, right? He was like, "You mean that didn't work?" Oh,
yeah. But so far, the good amendments that I've seen so far, and this, I'm not I haven't looked at haven't followed the whole debate closely, minute by minute. Who would want to anyway? So I have, noticed in cases where there were good amendments here. Some of them having to do with the nursing shortage. Representative Howard always has concerns about the nursing shortage, which is good. So that's kind of where we are. We're at the very end of Article 3. After that is the judiciary, where not a whole lot of exciting things are going to happen. Then Article 5, that's criminal justice. I noticed that there was an amendment there about installing air conditioning in prisons. Remember, we were talking about that, how Texas prisons are a horrible place to be, both for the inmates and for the people working there. So,
And
you know,
if
they've
those
got to,
conditions are meant to be a deterrent, which would be crazy to have that kind of perspective,
yeah,
that's not working because we continue to incarcerate more people in Texas than a lot of other states and even countries do. And so
mhm.
it's just a poor excuse to treat our fellow humans badly. And we should be better than that. We should have, humane standards for people, whatever program they're participating in the state or they're having to participate, whether it's on the healthcare side or it's the criminal justice side or it's the education side. We should not be treating people inhumanely in any space.
Yeah. There's one here, I'm not, it's an interesting amendment by Representative Moody. None of the funds appropriated to Department of Criminal Justice may be used for the purchase of pentobarbital, which I believe is a drug that they used for carrying out death sentences. Isn't that correct?
I am not too sure on that.
Yeah. Okay. Then
But that is a good question. If anybody in the audience has information on that, put it in the comments on
please.
Facebook or YouTube and let us know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So one thing that we're going to have people that we're going to encourage everybody to participate with us is we want you to have a little bit of fun while you're going through this process because as Robert has highlighted, it's not a guarantee that there's always going to be fun elements to this budget night.
Nope.
And so to do that, we made everybody a budget night bingo card. And so I'm going to share my screen. If you go to our Facebook page, you will see our budget night bingo card. You can save this image on your computer. That way you can mark it up. You can print it out if you want. And we have a couple of different versions. And so pick the one that you'd like to get and participate with us. Have fun with budget night bingo. We're going to keep track of a bingo card as well through the night. And that way we can see if we get a full blackout bingo on our cards. And so once again, a fun way to learn, to engage with budget night and to kind of see some of the language that's being used and also potentially some of the awkward or unfortunate or even funny moments that can happen within budget night. So print this out or save it on your computer and get ready to mark it up, just circle or exit as things are happening. Let us know in the comments if you have a square on the bingo card that you're able to fill out because of something that you've heard or that you've seen happen on budget night as we start broadcasting the proceedings to you here in just a little bit. And you'll see the free space in the middle is Article 11. It's technically not a free space right off the bat, but we guarantee you will hear Article 11 at various points tonight. And so just be ready to get that free space pretty quickly whenever you're seeing the budget night proceedings. And so, Robert, there's been a lot of updates. If you haven't caught up on our Twitter account today, check it out. Robert was doing a whole bunch of great tweets around different amendments that were being heard and pointing out some of the absurdity like we've done so far, or giving you some of the results and some of the things we were really watching. And so just as a highlight, two big things we were watching was Medicaid expansion from Representative Coleman. That unfortunately failed. So we still have an option for Medicaid expansion by passing a bill for Medicaid expansion. And so we have details about that on our page. And then the federal funds for public schools to be funneled and used for public schools, that amendment passed. And so that is great news. It's not a victory that has been won yet, but it is a step in the right direction. And so it's made it through another hurdle. So we'll need to continue to be vigilant so that that stays in the final budget and is signed by the governor. Robert, any last updates before we turn off our cameras and turn off our mics and just start streaming the budget proceedings?
No, just pay attention to Article 5. I was trying to find that amendment. There's an amendment that would add money to, I want to say DPS, but to build the continuation of a border wall. And the border wall would be named the President Donald J. Trump border wall. So
Yeah,
I hope that does come up and they talk about it, but unfortunately, sometimes those really wacky amendments just get withdrawn.
yeah. If it gets talked about, I think we may get some key bingo moments from that
Okay.
conversation. So hopefully it'll happen for the sake of our bingo players out there.
Okay, all right.
Definitely withdrawn or failed. Those are the
Yes.
only two outcomes that are acceptable.
Okay, all right.
All right. Well, we're going to start sharing the broadcast of what's happening right now. We're on Amendment 107, and
We are.
we are going to check in every once in a while. So you'll see us come back on just to kind of translate some things that may have happened or just to give an update, because there may be some quiet moments that happen. There's going to be fury of activity, and then things may go quiet for a minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes at a time. And so if there ends up being one of those longer lulls, we'll pop back on. But we will be active in the chat on Facebook and YouTube, and also check us out on Twitter. So be engaged with us. We're excited to be able to have this, and let's learn together about budget night.
Conversation on the floor, but I assure you that day is coming, and it's very soon, because it has to. I withdraw the amendment. Thank you.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Leach, for what
Mr.
purpose?
Speaker, I move to have Speaker Moody's powerful remarks reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you heard the motion and the objection. Chair hears none, so ordered. The amendment on page 195 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 197 has been withdrawn. Is Mr. Martinez on the floor of the House?
For those of you watching, this is one of those moments where things may go silent for a little while. The feed is still working. Don't worry. Stay tuned. Next amendment will be coming in probably pretty shortly.
The amendment on page 198 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 199 is being moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 200 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 201 has been withdrawn. The amendment on page 202 has been withdrawn. Members, we're moving on to Article 6. The following amendment on page 204, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Bella Montgomery.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the amendment.
This amendment assures that only licensed applicators can use the product and assures that licensed applicators report locations and required statistics to AgriLife, and most importantly, make sure Texans have the ability to access EPA-approved products designed to help control the feral hog population. And I believe there's an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
Okay.
Amendment by Burns.
The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Okay. This amendment to the amendment moves the funding from the Boll Weevil Eradication Foundation to the Governor's Strategy for C11 to create jobs and promote Texas. I move adoption.
Mr. Burns sends an amendment to the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objections to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Burns to close on the amendment.
I move adoption.
Mr. Burns sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable by the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment as amended? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment on page 205, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment to the amendment. The amendment just changes the date by striking August 31st to January 31st. It is acceptable to the author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Gonzalez of Dallas.
The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to explain the amendment to the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment just simply changes the date from August 31st to January 1st.
Ms. Gonzalez is an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's objection to adoption of the amendment to the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Gonzalez to close on the amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. All this amendment does, it addresses the issue of food insecurity. Of Texas's 258 counties, 58 counties are considered food deserts, according to the USDA definition of that criteria. That criteria includes lack of availability of fresh produce and limited or no presence of large grocery stores. The city of Dallas officials have said that nearly 20% of Dallas County's population face food insecurity. And this is also an issue even just during the pandemic of just folks not being able, to get to somewhere where they can buy food and groceries for their kids.
Rate in the state or not having to participate, whether it's.
At any rate, this amendment is acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Gonzalez sent an amendment as amended. The amendment is acceptable to the author. There's objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment on page 206, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Reynolds.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment would require the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality to prepare a report on the efficacy of the current inspection and maintenance requirements in oil and gas facilities. I believe that this amendment is acceptable.
Mr. Middleton, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of order under Rule 8, Section 4.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Reynolds, explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the point of order is withdrawn and the amendment is withdrawn. Each individual. Members, the amendments on pages 207, 208, and 209 have been withdrawn.
If you're curious how to keep up with your bingo card, one example is you can save the image on your computer and then right click on that image and hit edit, and it'll take you to Paint if you have a Windows computer. And then you can just pick a brush and circle or X the bingo squares as you hear them. And so far we've got 2 that we've tracked so far, but if there's something you heard that we missed.
The amendment on page 210 will be moved to Article 11.
And there is our Article 11 free square we just heard. I'm going to go back and share the bingo card real quick. And so this is what it looks like, what you can do on Microsoft Paint, for example. If you save it on your phone, pretty sure your phone has a little markup option too. You can do that there. And just circle or X as you hear the different items for your bingo card, or you see these items happen, because some of these may be some visual events that happen. And so have fun with your bingo card, whichever one you picked. It's a great way. Put it in the chat if you find a square that you're able to fill out.
Members, the amendment on page 211 has been withdrawn. The following amendment on page 212, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Canales.
The chair recognizes Mr. Canales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is the Oyster Appropriations Bill and it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Canales sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Members, the amendment on page 213 of your packet will be moved to Article 11.
When I go to get wings, we've fallen so far.
So if you're curious what the amendment was that was just adopted, this is where we're under legislation bill lookup and you type in SB1. And this is a live tracking of the amendment. So at the bottom is 113 and the amendment was adopted. And you can go to this PDF file here. And this is what it'll show you what the amendment was for. So this is just a half-page amendment here. And this is how you can track what is being adopted when they don't go into the details, but you can see what the amendment was about.
So Alex, are you there?
I am here, Robert.
Yeah, thanks. I just had to stop and have some dinner. Otherwise, this would be unbearable. Well, you know, one thing I'll say is that when I worked at the LBB, you know, they mentioned a little while ago that they've got dinner back there for all the House members. They went to some place called Wingstop. So some place called Wingstop, so all the members can go back there and have you know, a nice let's see, a nice little, you know, feast of chicken wings, and I'm sure there's all kinds of other victuals and stuff like that. But those of us who worked at the LBB were seated over here in the gallery, the what would that be, the North Gallery. so we could look down on what's going on around the speaker's podium and stuff like that. And we'd be starving. You know, we didn't get any dinner. We'd have to go out and, you know, buy some energy bars and stuff like that. And that happens a lot at committee meetings too. You know, they'll order dinner in for the committee members, and everybody else that's, you know, out there in the committee room is hungry because they're waiting to testify or something like that. It's very unfair.
That definitely does sound like such a shame. And my hope out of all of this is that since they did get Wingstop, that some of our representatives are going to get more than their fill. And then we're going to be able to catch some of those sleepy representatives at their desks. Because I want that bingo square. And we know it's going to happen if Wingstop is a part of the mix.
Yeah. Or if they're walking around with really messy faces.
That's another thing is curious with Wingstop, like how many people are going to see with
members, the amendments on pages 214 and 215 have been withdrawn.
Yeah, there's a lot more withdrawing of amendments going on, I can see. And we're getting into that point where they're doing amendments for specific projects, like, you know, a Cottonwood Park. Or,
members, the amendment on page 216 of your packet has been withdrawn.
Or airport facilities for some specific place. You know, it's almost like an earmarking thing going on now. And I saw there was one for a study about geothermal energy. That looked pretty interesting. But this part of the natural resource aspects, it looks like they're not really getting into any particularly interesting natural resource issues like I was hoping they would.
And Robert, would one of those interesting things be something related to potentially like the Texas freeze?
No, that's what I'm saying is that the only interesting ones that I've seen so far is just something like, you know, geothermal energy study. That's been kind of disappointing. They should have something. Maybe there is in the regulatory, because that's where that would come up, is part of it, you know, Railroad Commission and TCEQ, they're in this article they're dealing with right now, Article 6. And then they're going to go through Article 7 pretty soon. And most of the amendments there are about TxDOT. Like, you know, I want this particular overpass in my district, or I want these airport facilities to get built, or, you know, stuff like that. But the regulatory agencies include Public Utility Commission. So we might see some action there. I know that when they talked about the bill, the bill that they're working from now, the House Appropriations Committee version, that they had done something in one of their riders to strengthen oversight of ERCOT through the Public Utility Commission. So maybe we'll see some action there along those lines.
Well, I want to fill you in, Robert, on some of the commentary that we've been getting in our notes.
Yeah.
So our most recent one comes from a person that we greatly admire, Mindy Wilson. And she gives us some great feedback and says, you all commenting and filling in the gaps is the only way I can continue to watch this. I appreciate you.
Okay. Well, we need to talk and comment more then.
The clerk will read the amendment.
Let's see what they're doing now.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
The chair recognizes Mr. Morales on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Of course you do.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Morales of Maverick.
Chair recognizes Representative Morales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment seeks to provide more information on the water availability in Valverde County, home to the Devil's River and many other precious natural resources. The Texas Water Development Board did an initial priority groundwater management area study of Valverde County in 2018 and we are asking them to follow up on that study to help compile some best practices for water management for the county. As many of you know, Valverde County is one of the few counties in the state without a groundwater conservation district. So we need some help from the Water Development Board to ensure we are protecting water for our constituents. The amendment to the amendment is perfecting amendment language that the Water Development Board sent us to ensure the agency can do the study using existing funds so that there is not a cost on the bill or on the board. This amendment is acceptable to the author. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Mr. Morales sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author.
I move adoption, Mr. Speaker.
Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment on the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Morales to close.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption.
Members, the question is on the amendment to the amendment as adopted. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted.
All right, looks like we have a little bit of an echo happening whenever they start talking and we're on, Robert, so we'll try to be mindful to mute ourselves when that happens.
Where are we now? Okay.
And let's see. Also catching up on some commentary we've received so far. Let's see. That was another great feedback from Mindy. Mindy's on fire with her feedback. We couldn't do this without her.
The following amendment on page 218 of your packet, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this proposed budget amendment would authorize the Water Development Board to use $6.7 million per throughout the biennium for an existing appropriation and unexpended revenue for both Strategy 8.2 for water resource planning and water project financing for the Mid-Valley in the Rio Grande Valley. And an open canal that lies adjacent to the airport would need to be replaced to extend runway expansion. And we will be moving this into Article 11, and I move adoption and placement of this amendment in Article 11.
Members, Representative Martinez moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there any objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Members, the amendment on page 220 of your packet is withdrawn. Yes, ma'am.
All right, looks like they are talking amongst themselves right now. We'll see what happens.
Alex, where are you seeing the comments from people?
So right now our comments are coming from our Facebook feed. So if you go to the post on our Facebook page, you can see the comments. Rachel shared that she is working on her diagonal bingo. We'll see if she gets any luck with that.
All
and
right.
she also was able to confirm, to your point earlier, that pentobarbital has been used for executions.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
And I don't know if Rose Garcia is still with us, but
oh, here are the comments. Okay, I got them now.
And you may want to mute that Facebook video just to make sure it doesn't feed through when there is audio. Pentobarbital has been used for executions.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's okay. I got them now.
Yep. And you may want to mute that Facebook video. Yeah, Robert, you need to mute that Facebook video because we're hearing it. Pentobarbital has been used for executions.
Just
I'll mute you until you're able to find the speaker to mute it.
Members, the following amendment on page 222 of your packet. The clerk will read the amendment.
The next one.
Amendment by Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I do have an amendment to the amendment before I lay out this bill. The amendment corrects a drafting error that used an incorrect budgetary strategy to fund this program.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Huberty.
Chair recognizes Mr. Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all we did in the amendment to the amendment is we added state and federal financial assistance programs, and it's acceptable to the author.
Members, Mr. Huberty sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? The chair hears none, and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is to provide funding for the San Jacinto River Authority in Lake Houston to remove sediment. Many of you have heard from me for years talking about the importance of the water supply. You can stand with me, Sam. You've heard many times we've talked about the siltation that's happened in Lake Houston. We did some research. Lake Houston in the region, in the Houston area, supplies 10 million people water for their districts. This is a starting point. This is a starting point for us to be able to start the ability to have a dredging program so we can remove the siltation. In 1954, we built Lake Houston Lake, and it's polluted water, as Ms. T says. But we are working through the process of cleaning this lake up. We've lost 30% of the capacity of Lake Houston, and this is a starting point as we go forward. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. But at this time, I've talked to Chairman Wally. No, I've talked to Chairman Wally, and I appreciate the chairman of the committee and Chairman Wally and everybody else has worked with us through this entire process. The funding source has been moved to Article 11. We're going to work through this through conference. But for the Houston region and all the other, Fort Bend County, Liberty County, other places are getting our water supply. This is very important. And for that, I move to move this to Article 11. And so with that, Mr. Speaker, members, I plan to move this amendment to Article 11. And I move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Thank you for your support.
Members, Representative Huberty moves adoption of the amendment to the amendment and, moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered.
All right, we got a question, Robert. Are reps able to vote remotely, or do they have to be present?
Well, no, they have to be present.
Members, we are moving
Unless
on.
they've done something, unless there's been some special rule that I don't know about. But generally speaking, they have to be there.
Make them work for their title, huh?
Yeah. Right, because you'll see that, he'll be saying, show Representative Wally voting aye, show Representative Huberty voting nay. So he's, looking around and finding people as they're walking around. That must be horrible for him to have to do that. Any other questions? I can't seem to get that going at the same time as this without a echo effect happening.
No worries, no worries. I'll dig through this. We did get a comment from Rose Garcia earlier.
The following amendment on page
Get
224, the
something
clerk will read
accomplished
the
already.
amendment.
That's how it feels sometimes in between the.
Amendment by Campos.
Chair recognizes Ms. Campos.
Thank you, Speaker. Members. This amendment is contingent on passing of legislation for the reason I will move placement in Article 11. But first, I would like to say a few words. This amendment would provide startup money for a homeless text-to-donate program. The money would come from general revenue funds allocated to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The Text-to-Donate program would incentivize and facilitate private donations. These private donations would help fund local efforts that would provide emergency service for the homeless. Texans would simply text a code such as "Help the Homeless" to help the homeless. Mr. Speaker, I move placement of this amendment to Article 11 because it is contingent on passage of legislation.
Members, Representative Campos moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered.
Thank you so much.
The following amendment on page 225 of your packet, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Morales-Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment is acceptable to the author. The amendment will ensure that the legislature is adequately informed about the $1.3 billion in federal funds dedicated to the rent relief program for families and hard-hit property owners through the Texas Relief Program administered by the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. While thousands are still struggling and to keep their homes or to keep their properties paid for, only a fraction of the funds that have been received have actually been dispersed. The TDHCA has never been required to respond at this magnitude before, so it's important that we receive timely and accurate information about the progress of their rollout of the Texas Relief, rentrelief.com going forward. Regular reporting will make sure that the disbursement keeps up with the pace of the ongoing widespread urgency that the pandemic left behind. This monthly report on the Texas Relief Rent Relief Program, including backlogs, payments made, and campaign outreach, will go to the Lieutenant Governor, the Speaker of the House, and the chairs of the House of Urban Affairs Committee and Senate Committee on Local Government.
Ms. Morales-Shaw sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none, and the amendment is adopted. Members, the amendment on page 226 is withdrawn. The following amendment on page 227 of your packet, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this budget amendment would serve to fund the development and construction of needed drainage improvements, including new drainage crossings under Expressway 83, as well as the creation of a new regional drainage system. In the Rio Grande Valley, we had two flooding events within a year of each other, and then we had a hurricane. And all of these areas flooded, especially in the Mid-Valley. This serves as a primary source of mobility for the county's 1 million residents, and Expressway 83 serves as a hurricane evacuation route. During a moderate and heavy flooding events, Expressway 83 flooded to the extent of making this avenue impossible to navigate, and this would allow for us to do the much needed drainage improvements in the Rio Grande Valley. I move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Representative Martinez moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered.
So Robert, I just shared the link to the pre-filed packet that keeps getting referenced on this page number. That's
Members, the amendment on page 229 of your packet, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morrison.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I plan to move this amendment to Article 11, but I would like to explain it to you. This is an amendment for the Department of Transportation, Emergency and First Responder Airport expansion. So, Mr. Speaker, members, this amendment would appropriate $2,000 from the State Highway Fund 6 under the Department of Transportation and move those funds to the Department of Transportation Strategies C51 Aviation Services. These funds are needed for the purpose of completing the design of airfield improvements needed to correct airfield deficiencies at the Victoria Regional Airport.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Would the gentlelady yield for a couple questions?
Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I yield.
Chairwoman Morrison, this is a aeronautical hub for the oil and gas industry in the Eagle Ford Shale. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is extremely important to the economic development of your community. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it definitely is.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And also, when Hurricane Harvey hit, when planes were unable to get to Houston Airport's Victoria County Airport was a search and rescue airport until others could open back up. We have needed improvements on the reconfiguration of the existing taxiway, and we need these funds to finish the study so we can apply for the funds. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11.
Members, Representative Morrison moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Members, the amendment on page 230 has been withdrawn. Members, the amendments on page 231 and 232 have been withdrawn.
So Robert, going back to that pre-packet, pre-filed packet they have, we just heard 231 and 232 pages were withdrawn. This document is 296 pages. And so, although I think the number of amendments was, over 200, maybe 235 in total or somewhere around that number. So far, we've only heard
Mr. Canales?
122 amendments. And this discrepancy, Robert, is because of how many have been withdrawn. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be why. You can go to the history page, the history page for Senate Bill 1, which is what that's something you need, a cap you need to get up to. You can get the pre-filed amendments. They're all going to be on that Texas Legislature Online page for Senate Bill 1, right? But if you go to the history, and always remember to refresh your screen sometimes, because there might be a lag. So
members, the amendment on page 233 has been withdrawn.
You can see on the history page all the amendments that have been withdrawn, and that they're past 100 and amendment page 122, like you were saying. So I don't know that it's necessary to think about it in terms of pages at this point, because there's so many amendments to the amendment, and those weren't pre-filed. The amendments to the amendment were not pre-filed.
Right.
Yeah.
So you can have the amendments reduced from the pre-file because they're withdrawn, but then you can have it expanded again because you can have amendments on amendments.
Right. Yeah.
And so we never know what's in store for us.
Well, see, that's the thing is that you could find out, you could go to those pre-filed amendments, and then,
the following amendment on page 234, the clerk will read the amendment.
You could go through where they are now, which is
by Raymond.
Chair recognizes Mr. Raymond.
Where are you, Raymond?
Mic check.
Sorry.
There it
Check
is.
my credit card, more money. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, I plan to move this amendment to Article 11 because it's my understanding that the conferees may want to put more than $310 million into this project, and I want to give them that flexibility in conference. So we're going to put it in Article 11. But members, this is the very important road that goes from Laredo, Texas, to Eagle Pass. So it goes through, obviously I'm Laredo, but Mr. King goes through his district and then into Mr. Morales' district. It's the first highway between the border. When you pass the border and you hit the United States, it's the first highway you're going to run into. So law enforcement feels very strongly that we need to improve this road so that law enforcement can patrol it better and stop, obviously, the bad things that happen and can happen in that area. So we're going to try really hard. I want to thank Mr. Biederman. I want to thank Mr. Biederman for bringing attention to this, working with us last session. Thank you, Mr. Biederman. We appreciate you. Laredo appreciates you. It's still a priority for the city of Laredo, and so we're going to move it to 11 and work on it there. But I think there's an amendment that Ms. Davis and Mr. Kraus would like to add to this, and their amendment will be acceptable to this author.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment to the amendment.
thank you. This amendment is just a reporting amendment that we want to get over to Article 11. I think it's acceptable to the author. We're just trying to get some reports done on how we're spending money at TxDOT.
Ms. Davis sends an amendment to the amendment. The amendment to the amendment is acceptable to the author's objection. Adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Raymond to close on the amendment as amended.
Mr. Speaker and members, thank you so much. I move adoption and place. I move adoption and ask that we place this amendment in Article 11 to give the conferees the opportunity to put even more than $310 million if that's necessary. So thank you, and I move adoption.
Members, Mr. Raymond moves adoption and placement of the amendment into Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. The following amendment on page 235, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dominguez.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dominguez to explain the amendment.
All this amendment does is provides the funding for the environmental study for the mitigation needed for the South Padre Island Second Causeway. It's acceptable to the author. Move adoption.
Mr. Dominguez, an amendment. The amendment is accepted. The author is objecting to adopt the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
All right, one of my favorite amendments is coming up. They can't make you wear a mask on a TxDOT ferry.
Oh, interesting. We do have a
Unless it
question.
gets withdrawn.
We have a question from Wendy. Do reps choose to immediately move amendments to Article 11 because they know they don't have the support to get it passed?
Yeah, that's one good reason. That's a reason that they usually have it. You know, it appropriates money. They know
Following
they're
amendment on page 236, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Middleton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Middleton to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Canales, for what
I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of the amendment under Rule 8, Section 4.
Please bring your point of order down front.
and stop mumbling.
Yeah, let's hear you, man.
Yeah.
So it's a good reason, but I think we also just heard that it could be for flexibility for it to change as well, is what we heard recently. And one of the reasons for.
Well, so it can go to Article 11 for a few reasons, and it all depends on what the House member wants to do with this amendment, what they think their future is going to be. It does give it a chance to be brought up during conference committee, because all of these Article 11 amendments are going to be attached to this piece of the House appropriation or the House floor version of the bill. So the LBB staff has to talk about these amendments with the conference committee. And sometimes House members have been able to successfully move a rider. Most of these are riders, and move them from Article 11 into the main section of the bill. So it just gives them a lifeline. But it also is a good way for the whole debate business to go faster, because, you know, then they don't have to debate these amendments, you know, on and on and on. They can just say, well, okay, I know that I don't have the votes, but I want to keep this amendment alive. It's going to go to Article 11.
Gotcha.
And they've also, at the very beginning, the speaker made it a lot easier for you to do that. You could just, you know, the House member making the amendment could just come to the front mic and say, I'm moving this to Article 11, done. They don't even have to discuss it.
So bingo question for you, Robert, that I have. Do we want to count that mumbling that we just heard as slurred speech?
Yeah, we should definitely count that as slurred speech.
It could be the hot wings. It could be the French fries. It could be the drink that was chosen to go with them.
That's right. That's right.
And with Speaker Phelan back, it looks like he's done with his dinner and is back with a gavel. We've seen here the last couple of amendments.
Uh-huh.
The point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn.
Another one bites the dust.
Another one bites the dust. Yeah.
I feel like I need to have that little 3-second song, part of that song, every time we hear that withdrawn.
You know, it's too bad that I think this one got withdrawn, but there was an amendment by Slayton that said none of the money appropriated by the act may be used by the General Land Office to remove,
The amendment on
relocate,
page 237 and the amendment on page 238 have been withdrawn.
to alter a permanent monument or memorial.
Now on Article 8.
So that would have almost done for your heritage monument.
We
if
were
they had
close.
just talked about it.
We were close.
Yeah.
Looks like the announcement that we are on Article 8 now.
Okay. Article 8 is regulatory.
So we hope you're keeping up with your bingo card. Here's what the one looks like that I'm keeping up with. So we're hoping for a little bit more activity so that we can see a little bit more action on our bingo card. And for those who are participating with us at the end of the night, or if you end up having to leave at a certain point, take a picture of it, send it to us, because we may be able to send you a little prize. We're going to leave the rest as a mystery, but make sure you're participating.
The amendment on page 240 has been withdrawn.
And good things may happen.
The following amendment on page 241, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Morales-Shaw.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morales-Shaw to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this amendment is acceptable to the author. Members, just over 2 months ago, the winter storm left millions of Texans in the freezing cold with extended blackouts, and as a result, we lost 194 lives. We heard about a child freezing to death after he went to bed, and about deaths from carbon monoxide from portable generators. Critical load shed decisions undoubtedly compromise the health and safety of Texans living in the ERCOT region. These situations highlighted the importance of being able to balance load more effectively across the market and fully utilize our smart meter capabilities. This amendment requires the Public Utility Commission to study the effects of load shed protocols in the ERCOT region. It's a proactive measure to make sure that we don't go through that again, or at least we greatly mitigate the consequences. I move adoption.
Ms. Morales-Shaw sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author's objection to adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The following amendment on page 242, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Hinojosa.
The chair recognizes Ms. Hinojosa to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment modifies existing biennial report of the PUC to determine if interconnectivity would increase reliability of the grid and if ERCOT could remain independent of federal regulation. If so, I move adoption.
Ms. Hinojosa sends up an amendment. It is acceptable to the author. His objection to adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Members, we are moving on to Article 9.
So just so folks know, Article 9 is the general provisions of the appropriation bill. In other words, stuff that's amended here that's brought up in Article 9 deals with multiple agencies, multiple programs throughout the appropriation bill. So you'll see like there's one here, funds appropriated by the act to a state agency cannot be expended.
Mr. Guillen on the floor of the House.
Yeah. So they can't use any grant money. Well, let's see, this one is pretty interesting. May not be expended in the form of a grant to a business entity unless the terms of the grant require the entity receiving the funds under the grant to certify that the entity has not publicly opposed any legislation filed in this or another state related to gender modification. Did you get that?
Well, That's a little thing to tack on at the end there, right?
Right. So that's by Representative Rogers. That's going to be coming up in just a little bit. Let's see. Yeah, it's about 4 amendments down, starting here in good old Article 9.
So Article 9 has some potential for, as long as they don't withdraw them.
Yeah.
For some interesting conversation.
Yeah, here's another one. A political subdivision that uses public money to pay or compensate a lobbyist is ineligible to receive money appropriated under this act. So in other words, they can't use any money that they're getting from the appropriation bill to hire a lobbyist. Okay, so now we're getting pretty wacky. That's Middleton for you.
Cheryl shared that one just went in yesterday or today, I think. I think on the previous one that you read is what that was referencing to.
Oh, gender modification?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Rose Garcia shares, oh, come on, stupid and tacky. Quit trying to regulate people. I think it's a good way of putting all of that there.
Well, the other thing about the House floor debate is that this is one public forum that a lot of people pay attention to. So it's like finally they're getting an audience, a big widespread audience for all these things. And they know that these aren't going to get adopted, but they want to make a big fuss over them so that it plays well with their constituents. And sometimes this stuff gets picked up by the media. They'll say, whoa, that was pretty strange. And they'll show it on their local news channel or something like that. So this is the kind of thing that just offers all manner of temptation to members who don't get that much press attention on their
Members,
own.
the amendment on page 244 is being moved to Article 11.
Anytime there's a camera, there's an opportunity for press, right?
That's exactly right.
Cheryl confirmed that her comment was towards the transgender amendment.
Yeah.
Rose says, all Americans created equal, so shut up and leave people alone.
Yeah.
Rose has the right kind of talking points, that's for sure. And Kirk says, what page are you on, Robert?
I'm on lots of pages. I'm sorry, Kirk, but you're just going to have to follow along and look in the pre-filed amendments. What I do is, let's see. All right. Yeah, the fastest thing to do is go to that amendments tab. Okay, go to that and then refresh the screen. All right. So now you know that they've just adopted Representative Hinojosas' Amendment 128. Okay. So then
I'm going to move this over here so I can drive and show people.
Yeah.
But once again, the bill lookup is SB1. This is the history tab. And tell me once again, Robert.
Well, what they just did, what they just did is they looked at Jeannie Hinojosas' amendment that has to do with the Public Utility Commission, what they have to include in their biennial report about ERCOT interconnection with the eastern and or western interconnects and or Mexico.
The amendment on page 245 has been withdrawn.
The trouble is that...
Mr. Anchia, for what purpose?
So, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't hear the announcement that the chair just made. I'm sorry.
The amendment on page 245, the next amendment has been withdrawn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I think the problem for people is that the amendment packet that you see, the pre-filed amendments, they don't have page numbers on them. All they have are serial numbers that the Texas Legislative Council has assigned to them. If you got the actual packet in a hard copy form, it would have page numbers on it, but you're not going to find it here in TLO. And I think that's what makes this a little bit hard to follow sometimes.
Well,
So
we do have one opportunity to see the page. So if we open up the pre-filed amendment packet, it'll load up and we can use the Adobe Reader to go to the page they reference. So you're right, it's not labeled necessarily, but if we go like to page 245, the Middleton Amendment.
The following amendment on page 246, the clerk will read the amendment.
yeah, well, you can see the amendment number on the
Amendment by
history.
Oliverson.
The chair recognizes Dr. Oliverson to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, before I talk, I just want to say that I would like to move this to Article 11. No? No. Okay. Members, I will pull this amendment down, but I want to talk on it. Members, I filed this amendment. What this amendment basically does is it withholds grant funding for corporations that have taken public positions against legislation relating to election integrity that both chambers are currently working on. And the only reason I filed this is simply because I and others are frustrated because...
Mr. Anchier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Can I finish and then I'll take your question?
I just was, sorry. If you'll yield for one question, I think that might clarify what the next step might be.
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, Mr. Dr. Oliverson, I respect your ability to want to discuss this, but I do believe that there's a difference between withdrawing it and moving it to Article 11.
I apologize. We will withdraw the amendment.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So I filed this on behalf of a great many of my constituents because I, like many of my colleagues, feel frustrated that somehow Fortune 500 companies believe that their voice is more important than the voice of my constituents. And I also feel frustrated because I feel as though when corporations speak as if they are a monolithic entity and one voice, I understand that they cannot in any way represent the voice of every single one of their shareholders or every single one of their employees, but I feel as though they act like they do. And so I filed this just to draw attention to that, and respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn.
Well, Robert, it looks like we got some on the floor coaching there for the representative. Oliverson.
Members, the amendment on page 247 has been withdrawn.
Originally, he was going to file it to Article 11 and then corrected himself after some coaching there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So we got some comments coming in, which is great to see. Thanks everybody for chiming in. Rose adds another jewel here, offers all manner of ridicule for Texas when we're talking about the previous amendments. Couldn't agree with you more. Looks like Kirk is on board with the packet and the page numbers and everything.
Good.
Cheryl says E870128 does the same thing as the trans amendment, only relates to the election integrity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And says this should get good.
Yeah.
And adds jerk. So, we know it's not directed at us, Robert, and so we agree, Cheryl.
All right. All right.
And then Rose says, "Oh, please, you're okay with Citizens United." Yeah, that seemed like some interesting grandstanding there about Fortune 500 companies.
That's what that was all about. Yeah, we don't like them telling us what to do here in Texas.
unless they just give us money and let us do what.
And unless
We
they
wanna
give
do.
us money and, plunk down a big plant in our district that employs a lot of people.
And it seems kind of interesting. I would like to go to see what, who was it, Representative Oliverson voted about around that tax cut that we mentioned in the budget night preview with Eva and every
Mhm.
Texan around the franchise tax for, I think it's businesses with $1 million or more is really who it applies to.
Yeah.
I wonder where Oliverson's vote was there.
I don't know. The thing is that this covers a whole lot, a grant to a business entity. In terms of the grant, unless under the grant to certify the business has not been publicly opposed to any legislation. Well, I can't imagine Fortune 500 companies getting grants from the state, first of all. So that doesn't make a lot of sense.
And
All right.
Cheryl Foster shared votesymbol.org's website. I think, Cheryl, that's because VoteSymbol has an action for people, breaks down the contributions that corporations have made when it comes to SB7 and HB6.
Okay.
I know they did some work around organizing that, which was great to see.
Mm-hmm.
Cheryl says that's how I contacted the companies to get them to pressure the ledge with their donors.
Yeah.
Yep, that's a confirmation that vote simple. And then Kirk has a great point. Oliverson does not speak for all of his constituents either. So what's the big deal about corporations?
Well, we got another Oliverson amendment coming up if it doesn't get pulled, and that is that.
The following amendment on page 248, the clerk will read the amendment.
Let's see.
Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment to amendment.
Amendment by Middleton.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Middleton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Middleton to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment on the grounds that the amendment changes general law and appropriations bill in violation of Rule 8, Section 4 House Rules and creates general law.
Please bring your point of order down front.
And all that jazz. You can tell they're getting tired now.
Is that the wing stop that they got is starting to kick in?
It's starting to kick in, and it's only 8:20 too. Just imagine if this really was going to go. This is going to wrap up way before midnight. So I hope you're getting your kicks in now, because this is going really fast compared to other nights that I've had the joy of being involved in.
Here's the vote simple action that Cheryl was mentioning in the chat. Texas corporations have donated more than $1 million to the sponsors of racist voter suppression bills, SB7 and HB6. And so it gives you some information around how to contact the CEOs. And, you don't have to limit it just to HB6 and SB7, since we have their numbers and their emails. We might as well tell them about all the bad legislation that is happening in Texas. And they should probably let legislators know that this doesn't help Texas, like anti-trans or, anti healthcare for Medicaid expansion or allowing, healthcare options like abortion to be able to be available.
Oh, speaking of that, there's another one coming up by Oliverson that's going to be money not appropriated by this act. Money may not be appropriated to an individual or entity, including an insurance company or health benefit plan that issues health benefit coverage for an abortion. So this is like, Planned Parenthood ban on steroids. And you know, this is just kind of the wackiness that happens in the House on these floor debates.
Well, I would like to see I would like to have a camera view of the corner that Alverson is sitting in. So when he's getting those coaching tips, you know, and he's having to spit in the bucket before he gets up to the mic, we can kind of see some of that inside baseball.
I know, right?
I kind of mix my sports analogy with boxing and inside baseball, but hey, I'll make it work.
You'll make it work. I know you will. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot in here about lobbyists this time. You know, Kane has one here. You can't use federal lobbyists. A state agency can't use, you know, appropriated money to contract with a lobbyist or lobbying firm that are defined by Section 3 of the Lobbying Disclosure Act of 1995. That's federal law. So, I don't know why they're so upset about lobbyists, because most of these members, after they retire, become lobbyists. That's a favorite job for retired or no longer serving House members and their staff, is to become a lobbyist.
Rose, in response to some of the stuff we're talking about, way out of their scope, wasting taxpayer time and money, shaking my head. And Mindy said, rough guess. How many times do you think the word amendment has been said in the last 8 hours?
Well, a lot, but you got to remember sometimes it's. Do
we want to go over or under 10,000 times?
Too many. Well, where are we on bingo? Oh, slurred speech.
Yeah, definitely. We've got slurred speech. Let's take a look at the bingo card to see if there's been anything. You know, the camera's kind of far away. There looks to be some suspicious representatives at their desks here that I think we could question. Are they taking a nap? Are they asleep? There's a lot of leaning back in those chairs. Oh, there was a little rocking right here. I'm going to bet some eyes are closing right there. So if anyone feels comfortable with that confirmation, we will mark lawmaker asleep at the desk. Have we had an abacus sighting yet? I don't think so.
The only time I saw an abacus actually was that interview with Representative Howard. I don't know if you noticed, but she had one way back on her bookshelf.
Yep, she sure did. So because we weren't live during the Article 2 conversation, we missed our Medicaid expansion moment. We'll see if it slips in for some reason before the night is over.
I think you can check that. It did happen. I saw it.
All right, we're going to count it. Even though we weren't live, we'll go ahead and count it. We know it happened, and we'll put it there.
Yeah.
Cheryl says, look for Doc Anderson. He sleeps through everything. Do we know where Doc Anderson sits? Because we may be able to get a visual confirmation.
Well, let's see. They do have a seating chart on the House website. Let's see if I can find that rascal.
Rachel shares that Representative Philip Cortez has an abacus on his social media, but haven't seen it out there on the floor.
Oh.
I'm going to say we count it. We have visual confirmation of abacus, and there has been a sighting.
Okay. What? All right. See, there you go, then. Mm-hmm.
And we didn't get to hear about the naming of the border wall, so
yeah, I'm so disappointed that hasn't come
that was our
yet.
border crisis moment, most likely.
That probably got pulled. You know, I was thinking that could easily have been a sarcastic amendment too. You know, that we're going to throw money here and oh wait, there's Doc Anderson. I've got his page here. Let's see.
Cheryl said he'll have a cowboy hat on or nearby.
Oh yeah, he's always wearing a cowboy hat, and He really does look like somebody you'd see at the cattle feed store. Nothing wrong with being in cattle feed, but that's where he would be. And he's a board member of the Conservative Coalition Research Institute. I'm surprised they actually do research. I thought they just said stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I think we may have a sleeper.
You see a sleeper?
Do we have a confirmation on a sleeping representative at their desk? If you can see my little mouse here, not too sure, but that is, oh, that was a phone call. Sleeping, I don't know. There was some movement already, but that looked like a sleeping, sitting position there.
Yeah. Now, you know, it's one thing to note here. See, there's not a lot of people at their desks, right? A lot of folks aren't just hanging out on the floor. They're probably back wherever they've got the food and drinks and stuff like that. That's probably where they are right now. But what makes it easier is when they just do following amendment, any objection to adoption of the amendment, done. So they're not having votes.
Yeah.
Anytime they have a record vote, they ring that bell, you know, for a while and have all members voted. But most of the time they can just say any objection. So, you know, it doesn't matter if the members are out there on the floor. They're back there having a party or wishing they were somewhere else or whatever.
Well, let's take a little look at history, because HB1 would have been the bill in the last legislative session.
Yes.
Because
the point of order has been withdrawn. The amendment has been withdrawn.
So that was 130, huh?
So for an example, last session, there was 287 amendments.
The amendment on page 249 has been withdrawn.
That were considered. There is not a pre-filed packet for last legislative session. But
pre-filed amendments?
There's the individual pages, but there's not a consolidated packet document that we can pull up here.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, there's a lot. So you know, we may get to half of what happened based on the paper we're on right now.
Yeah, what happened last session was Dennis Bonin just got tired and fed up, and he said, well, we're just going to put all of these amendments. And there were something like, I don't know, over 150 amendments that they just swooped up and plunked them down into Article 11, and it was done.
Wow.
It was just like one fait accompli. And, you know, everybody was like, well, okay, I guess that was going to happen anyway.
And looking at last session, there was about 19 votes recorded for amendments. And I think so far we've only had about seven votes recorded for today.
Yeah.
And so definitely you can see that drop happening. And we saw also the drop in filed legislation before the March 12th deadline. There was a lot fewer bills filed. And so just overall, this session has been.
The following amendment on page 250, the clerk will read the amendment.
Not as dense as previous session.
Amendment by Kane. Right. The chair recognizes Mr. Kane to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Gonzalez, for what purpose?
I raise a point of order against further consideration of Amendment 163 because it violates House Rule 8, Section 4, and Article 3, Section 35 of the Texas Constitution.
Please bring your point of order down front.
This is the federal lobbyist amendment by Kane. Nabisco Kane. There's just a lot he can't do.
So there was a note by Cheryl we had that E870-109 prohibiting insurers from getting money if they cover abortion as pure grandstanding. I think they've already prohibited them from covering abortion.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's exactly right. It is grandstanding. But it's like, it's like we were saying, this is their chance to get out there and put on a public show. What's interesting too is if you were watching at the very beginning of today, when all of this happened, there were a lot of members milling around, close to the speaker's area. And some of that's because they just want to make sure that their amendments are there. they're there, they're in the packet, and everything's going to go the way they're hoping. And they'll try to have side conversations with the parliamentarian to see what's going to happen. There's a lot of last minute decisions that are made right there around the speaker's podium.
Yeah, I don't know. There may have been a little glance of me sneaking in some food here.
That's okay. I'm working on a Modelo Cerveza. Here, let's make sure everybody can see this. Can y'all see this?
Not yet. Are you showing it?
Yeah.
Are you holding it up? Hold it up higher. Oh, there it goes. There we saw a glass there.
So, this is something they do on the trail show. They always have a time for people to, oh, okay, yeah, there we go. People to show their favorite beer. This is the one I like now. I don't know what's wrong with my camera. Okay.
It's the virtual background. You're confusing the technology.
Oh, that's too bad.
This is not an official sponsored ad by Modelo, but if Modelo wants to send a case to Robert, I don't think he'd complain.
No, this is really good stuff. I found it in the little. That's too bad. Okay, well, I'll tell you what it is. It's a chelada mango chili, and it's really tasty. It's kind of like a mango margarita, with a lot less, a lot lower octane. Let's say a very low octane kind of margarita. It's really tasty. And it's good for occasions like this because, it's sort of like sipping your favorite fruit juice. And it gives you a warm and fuzzy feeling.
Interesting combination there.
Yeah.
I guess since we're sharing beverages here, I will share my frozen cup of my daughter's that has sweet tea in it. And so once again, no official sponsorship from Disney or the Frozen franchise. But this is the beverage of choice for me this evening.
Mm-hmm.
Let us know in the comments, what's your beverage of choice that you have as you are sitting through this? And we are getting through these amendments and hearing some of these, not really a whole lot of speechifying in terms of for this evening. A lot of withdrawals, a lot of Article 11s, a lot of adoptions. And so when there is some activity, it's going by pretty fast.
Yeah, it's too bad that this hasn't been, more exciting and more and livelier. But it's just a function of the kind of amendments people wanted to file this time. Most of the action happened in Articles 1, 2, and 3. Let's see.
And Robert, do you feel like a part of this is also just the feeling around the nature of the economy in Texas and the sense of not feeling secure in funds and seeing a reduction, leading up to this legislative session, that if we were in a more robust, stronger feeling economy, that we may see legislators really try to push for budget amendments to try to spend more money?
Yeah, you might. I think part of it's also just that a lot of the action that these folks have been involved in are not in the budget. There are things like what's going on with voting rights and elections and public education and trying to, bash down on transgender students and get mean about abortion. There's just a lot of stuff that
The point of order is withdrawn. The amendment is withdrawn.
there's just a lot of stuff happening that's in other committees this time. And the members, I think, are probably just spending a lot more energy in those areas than they are here. And anyway, you're right. The budget itself hasn't gotten a lot of as much content to it as it has in the past because of their not wanting to, go farther than they have in the past with funding. Because they started off with the fear of a deficit. The bill introduced in the budget was $7 billion higher than the comptroller's revenue estimate. So they already felt like they had to be as frugal as they could and not add a lot of things to the appropriation bill. So, you would see that in the House Appropriations Committee meetings. They would bring up an amendment or, a rider or more money for a strategy or a program, and it was automatically shoved into Article 11.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened to some extent in the Senate, but the Senate they
Members,
like to
the
tinker
amendment
around with riders
is withdrawn.
more than they do funding. In other words, they like to have kind of detailed instructions in the riders that weren't there before. They don't necessarily, if they have funding items, they're big. And this time they didn't do big funding items, which is going to make for a very interesting conference committee.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what kind of negotiations happen. And one thing that we shared in our budget night preview, part 1 and part 2, is that conference committee is not very public. And so the amount of negotiation that's going to happen, especially with Article 11 being so huge and having so many items, we'll see if anything comes into play through that process.
Yeah, I think Eva DeLuna was saying that the Senate's Article 11 is just a fraction of the $23 billion they have in the House. So, I guess the senators knew that they just didn't want to bother trying to put huge amounts into Article 11.
Following amendment on page 252, the clerk will read the
They were
amendment.
just a lot more restrained this time.
Amendment by Biederman.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I actually have an amendment to the amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
For those that don't
Amendment
know,
by
Biederman
Biederman.
also wants an amendment.
The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. This is just a clarifying amendment with ledge council formatting, no substantive changes to the original amendment, and I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Biederman sends up an amendment to the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the adoption of the amendment to the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Biederman to close on the amendment. Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, I will.
The gentleman yields for a question.
Mr. Biederman, it's very noisy, and I don't know if everybody heard.
Members, please take your conversations outside the chamber.
I just want to make it very clear. Did you say that this amendment as amended is acceptable to the author?
Surprise, surprise. Yes.
Is this your first amendment?
No, not.
That's been accepted?
Maybe. Wait, first one accepted? This session, yes. Actually, it might be for the last 3 sessions. I'm not sure, though, but thank you for bringing that up.
As Ms. Thompson said,
what a
God
guy.
bless him.
Amen. Okay. This amendment, here we are on budget night, and our job here should be to prioritize the taxpayers and ensure their dollars are being spent efficiently and effectively. This amendment requires every state agency to submit a detailed report where they can reduce the agency's biennial expenditures by 1%, 5%, and 10%. This analysis will be sent to the LBB and then transmitted to the Lieutenant Governor, the Governor, and the Speaker. In addition to showing the legislature possible unnecessary funding, it may also serve as a plan for agencies to cut their spending in the event of another catastrophic event that may occur in the state of Texas. which,
Mr.
as
Speaker,
we know, has
Mr.
occurred
Hefner,
many
for what
times.
purpose? Will the gentleman yield? The gentleman yield for a question.
Yes, I will.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you, Representative Biederman. Did you have to switch political parties to get this amendment accepted?
That was a thought, but I decided not to.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe this amendment is, again, acceptable by the author, and I move adoption.
Mr. Biederman sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
All right, I want to talk about that one because I used to work.
The amendment on page 253 is
later,
moved to
I guess.
Article 11.
All right, so what Biederman just did is he wants there to be a report from each state agency going to the LBB.
The amendment on page 255 has been withdrawn.
That identifies what they would do to reduce their expenditures by 1%, 5%, or 10%. Okay, this is not a new idea. When I started working there in 1986, the agencies had to submit budget requests to us that identified their levels, and the levels would be 5% of what they've got now, 5% less, 10% less.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
And it was
Thank
it
you,
was
Mr.
completely
Speaker.
worthless
Members.
report. That's
This
all
is,
I wanted
for
to
me,
say.
one of my most important amendments tonight. I know there have been a lot of efforts out there right now to try and ensure that we will have legislative involvement over the influx of federal funds that we're set to receive. I want to recognize and thank Chairman Bonin for his efforts with his bill HB 2021 that our committee voted out almost unanimously earlier this week. This amendment allows us, the legislature, to exercise our constitutional duty to provide oversight and direction over funds coming into Texas. It is completely aligned with our Constitution, as well as with standard language as we always have in Article 9. This amendment simply states that two standing committees, the House Appropriations Committee and the Senate Finance Committee, will meet and have public hearings regarding the federal funds, and that the two committees will provide prior approval before funds are expended. This will ensure legislative involvement in the interim, rather than just giving up over $38 billion to be spent automatically by state agencies. This amendment is apparently acceptable to the author, and I move adoption.
Ms. Howard sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
All right.
All right, go Donna.
That was a big one by Representative Howard.
She made it. Yep, I'm glad that amendment got in. It'll be fun to see what happens with it in conference committee, but that was a good amendment.
And that's something that she talked to you about in the interview we shared with everybody yesterday.
She did.
Around the governor not calling the legislature into session with the CARES Act funds last year. And then since there's been funds, the legislature has not been nearly as involved as it should be with the allocation of those funds. And we don't want to leave this just to the governor. And we got a little bit of feedback from Rachel's. Let's go, Rep. Howard. We absolutely agree.
Yay.
And
Well, that's right. I mean, the the big debate is who decides and when they decide, and how much do they get to decide over? How much money do they get to control? And I'm glad that we have an amendment in there now about providing some direction on getting legislative input into this whole process. And we've got that great amendment from Representative Rodriguez that all money intended to go to education must go to education, to local education agencies. So now we've got two really good amendments that are going to be in the House floor version of the bill dealing with this subject.
Yep, encouraging news. And Jason Romero shared a tweet with us that I want to share with everybody. This is the budget amendment.
Following amendment on page 257. Clerk will read.
Oh, no.
Amendment by Moore.
Yep.
We'll share that again after this amendment.
All right.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain the amendment.
Oh, wow. This one has lots of signatures on it. This is another COVID relief funding. Let's see.
While you're checking that out, Robert, really quick, this is budget amendment. A bigger fan of Article 11 than being an SB1. This is what we see a lot through the budget night process. Don't quite make it to the bill, but they get to live in the wish list of Article 11/graveyard. Thanks, Jason, for sharing that.
The amendment is withdrawn.
Oh, that's too bad. Well, this one by Jeannie Morrison looked like it would have said federal relief money has to be appropriated.
58, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Morrison.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment states that no federal money received from the federal government related to COVID-19 relief may be appropriated, allocated, transferred, or expended without an appropriate official action of the Texas legislature in a regular or special session called by the governor.
Mr. Pursuit, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order against further consideration of the Morrison Amendment under House Rule 8, Section 4, on the grounds that the amendment changes general law.
Please take your amendment down front.
All right. So these kind of point of orders always take a while for them to figure out. So we'll have a little lull in the action probably. Yeah, so here we go. Yet another amendment about this same subject, appropriation and control of federal relief funding. Except this one isn't just about education. It's all the money that's received. It has to be appropriated during a regular session or a special session. So what she's trying to do is make it so that this isn't just something that the governor can do on his own. This has to have some appropriation action during a regular session or a special session. So she's really tightening up the restrictions on how this money can be or who can actually allocate this money, which is interesting because she's a Republican.
Very, very interesting. We'll see what happens with this point of order. And the claim is that that it goes beyond the bounds of what can be done during this budget process, correct?
Yep. And the point of order was from, I can't remember his name, but it was, Vassett. Yeah, he's a pretty conservative Republican. So we've got Republicans versus Republicans tonight.
I think we need to revisit the Biederman
bingo
jokes. Well, definitely the bingo here in a second, but the Biederman jokes, I think, were important to point out, and then your reflection on what he wants. So the joke on Biederman is that this may be his first amendment that has been accepted by the author, not only in this session, but maybe in the past several sessions. So after they were making fun of him for this session, he added to make fun of himself for several sessions that he hasn't had an amendment adopted.
Yeah.
And then the amendment was adopted, but to your point, Robert, it's useless because this had already existed in the past and it showed zero value in terms of these reports that he's requesting. So we have an acknowledgement of Biederman's, ineffectiveness in the legislative sessions.
Yeah.
And then we have confirmation of what he did accomplish being an accomplishment that is not effective whatsoever. So on both sides of this coin, Biederman is really just shouldn't be there.
He shouldn't be there, and he just wasted his time because this amendment will get killed in conference committee.
And he's definitely a representative that uses the legislative filing process. And now that we've seen the budget night process for his PR, he is known by Texans because he wants Texas to secede from the United States, which is ridiculous. We can't even keep electricity going in our state. So as we talked with Eva, with every Texan in our last two budget night preview programs, the amount the federal government supports Texas with its funding, that would be horrendous if we didn't have that.
Yep.
And Rose Garcia says, and it couldn't happen to a better weasel. And Cheryl Foster says the GOP got really ticked with Abbott this year, COVID protocols, extra week of early voting, etc. So constraining him may be a motivating factor because they're not happy with him.
Yeah. So here's some good tweets from Ava DeLuna on that one by Middleton about wearing a mask on the ferry. She was saying, okay, now don't most people stay in their cars when they're on a ferry, like the 10-minute trip to Port Aransas? So what's the deal with wearing a mask, you know?
That's some interesting logic there.
Yeah.
So let's go to the bingo card. Let's see if there's anything else we can claim here.
All right.
And like we said, we hope everyone is keeping up with their bingo card. If you want to share a picture in the comments to let us know what your status is, we'd be happy to share. We do have 3 different options for bingo cards for people to participate in. You know, I thought with, I think it was Biederman's amendment where he was using tax. He had the word tax that he was saying a couple of times. I was like, oh, are we going to hear tax cuts? Are we going to hear property tax? We got really, really close. And I was laser focused on circling that if he was going to say it.
Yeah.
But so far, it doesn't look like we've gotten a new item. We're happy to claim one if there's anyone in our audience who feels like we should claim a square on bingo. And I'm really holding out hope that we get to hear someone say physical year instead of fiscal year.
I know, right?
That would be such a joy.
It would. At least something that would happen in this biennium, right?
Another misstep that Robert has heard through his experience at the LBB.
Let's see. Oh, God.
See, Rose shares that her kid just moved from Aransas Pass, Trump country. Thanks for sharing that, Rose. And this is important because people paying attention to what happens during the legislative session, you know, we can kind of make fun of and pick on some of these more absurd amendments and even some of the absurd legislation that we see. But there's definitely been some harmful legislation this session.
Oh,
and
yeah.
It has a very real chance of passing. And so a lot of people feel like, well, this is the way it is because it's Texas. And when we actually look at the landscape of Texas voters, We have a lot of room to expand the Texas vote. We had 11.3 million people vote this last election in 2020. 9.5 million eligible Texans did not vote, which over 5 million were registered to vote. And so when you look at that landscape and you look at how close some of the big races have been the last two election cycles, with 2020 being the presidential election, Trump won by 600,000 votes, meaning Biden lost by 600,000 votes. And then in 2018, Cruz won by 200,000 votes, meaning Bethel lost by 200,000 votes. It's pretty close when you're in the hundreds of thousands, but you have 9.5 million available votes in the state. And so this is why we want people to pay attention and people to be aware, because we can do some great work after this ledge session, educating Texans, getting them informed, getting them connected so that they can vote for better representation. And we can actually have a legislature that is passing laws and shooting for solutions. That's probably a wrong phrase there. My apologies. But working towards solutions, let's say that instead, that will help all Texans. Solutions like Medicaid expansion, solutions like investing in public education. As Eva shared with us, with every Texan, fully funded is a term that's used a lot, but we are not fully funding education. We have a lot of room that we can improve. So learning about this is important. Helping your fellow Texans get educated about this is really important. And so let's keep at that work.
Well, I think that's a really good point, because one thing people should be able to do, Indivisible is about accountability for the people we elect into public office. And what happens in this budget and what doesn't happen in this budget are things that we need to, have as takeaways that we can be able to talk to our representative, our senator, and anybody else who shows up that's a politician from this body and say, why didn't you really do something about Medicaid expansion in the appropriation bill? Why didn't you really appropriate more money for pre-K and mental health for children? And, basically kind of the whole remote learning infrastructure that isn't there right now, the quality of remote learning that isn't there and needs to be addressed. Why didn't you do something about that? You could have. And in fact, remember all those things you shoved into Article 11? Why didn't you do some of those things? Because we thought they were pretty important. That might be an interesting exercise in and of itself, is just to go through Article 11 as it came out of the House and say, these are good ideas. Why didn't you do those?
Exactly. And I think as we accumulate this information for Texans and we get to help Texans understand, like, these are the decisions that could have been made that weren't made, we need to really press these representatives and these senators on it, as well as state leaders. Cheryl shares that Dan Patrick only won by 235,000 votes. And so just another example that, if we help inform Texans and help share the information and really have those challenging questions presented to them, like you're talking about, Robert, then hopefully people will be able to see, this person may not be there to help me out and help my family and help my neighbors out. We need to get somebody better in there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So right now we are pending the discussion of a point of order on the latest amendment, Amendment 136.
Yeah.
And so they are hashing this out. You can see there's a pretty decent group gathering.
It's a scrum.
What was that again?
There's a scrum over there.
There's a scrum. This may be another opportunity for us to catch that sleeping legislator.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they are getting close. Several have looked like they've been on the brink, or maybe they did slip in some sleeping before we were able to catch them.
Yeah.
If y'all catch anyone sleeping, let us know, because we want to definitely mark our bingo card. We know this is almost a guarantee to happen. And the only reason it may not happen this session is because of the reduced amount of amendments and the reduced amount of voting that we've seen.
Well, you know, the other thing is, look at the gallery. Do you see how empty it is? This would have been, you wouldn't have seen this in the prior sessions. There would have been a lot of people in the gallery. A lot of them lobbyists, by the way. You would have seen a lot of people, a lot of lobbyists in the gallery, and they're not there, and they haven't been there. You know, it's just so much easier to watch it online and not have to deal with the what I guess folks feel like are the various obstacles of getting in and out of the Capitol now.
Mm-hmm.
Just watch it online and have a Zoom meeting. You know, your lobbyist have a Zoom meeting with legislative staff. Get it all done remotely.
Well, it looks like we may have an inside person there in the House chamber, Robert. Kathy Williams, I believe, is in front of us on her computer. Give us a wave, Kathy. Look behind you and give us a wave over at the camera. If you can turn around to your right and wave, we'll be able to see you. Let's see if she does it.
There might be a 3-second delay.
There you go. She is definitely typing on her computer, and she shares that there are some parties going on downstairs.
Yeah.
Could have some slurred speech soon, which we have already accounted for based on the mumbling we heard earlier.
Yeah.
And does it count in the bingo if I get myself kicked out? Well, Kathy, if you're willing to make that sacrifice, we will count it on the bingo card.
Well, she can be the protester that's escorted out.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you want to start shouting Texas deserves better until they kick you out, we will count it on the bingo card.
Yeah.
There's the wave. Yes. Let's give a shout out to Kathy Williams.
Hey, Kathy.
Kathy has multiple hats on. She's a part of Indivisible Text Ledge organizing team as one of the huddle leaders.
Hi, Kathy.
And so great to see Kathy in person. Jason said, turn and wave to us. We're over to your right. We just saw her wave at us. So that's great to see. So Kathy really has the inside look for us, Robert, to catch that sleeping legislator.
She does.
And so we're going to rely on you, Kathy, to report back to us once you see somebody catching some Z's, and we're going to claim it on the bingo card. You know, and next session, Robert, when things are, you know, potentially a little bit more normal, which we're all anticipating them to be.
Yeah.
Doing another budget night watch party will be interesting if we have multiple people sitting within the House chamber and able to kind of check in and give us some correspondence reports.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm excited that we're doing this year, and I look forward to how much more we're going to be able to do with a more normal environment during budget night.
Yep. And, you know, we can go down there and party. We could also try to take our laptops over to the Texas Chili Parlor and see what we can get accomplished over there.
Kathy says, could you hear the point? It's really hard to hear in the chamber. Waving at the camera might have done the trick. Well, you bailed me out. It is on delay. I'm pretty sure we can gather some funds if Kathy needs to be bailed out for some sort.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And Kirk says, I thought I saw a guy sleeping, standing up, but then he slumped into his chair.
Hmm.
So yeah, if there are those parties Kathy's referencing and there's a little bit of beverage action happening, that may start to subdue some legislators a little bit more. It depends how they react to those particular type of drinks.
Yeah. And I understand their chairs make a funny noise when they plop down on them too. So maybe that'll wake up their desk mates.
Kathy says you could probably hear better than I could. Robert, do you remember what the exact issue is with this point of order that we're considering right now?
Oh, I think it's another amend general law in the appropriation bill. I could be wrong.
The amendment's going beyond the means, beyond the bounds of what it can do.
That kind of thing.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's one of the key things that Eva shared with us, and you and Eva talked about yesterday, was that the thing about the budget amendment process is that it cannot make new laws. It cannot enforce laws that don't exist or go beyond the bounds of current laws.
Yeah, well, what they're saying is that the appropriation bill is simply supposed to be about here's money you have, here's how you can spend it, and that's all. It's not supposed to be something that changes what's being directed in general law. So, you know, if a statute says that students will be educated based on these essential knowledge and skills standards, the writers can't say, no, these are going to be the new essential skills standards for these students. So it can't go in there and just start changing general law, is the general theory. Because the appropriation bill is supposed to be about appropriations.
So I'm going to share with everyone our Twitter page. And if you're not following us on Twitter, we definitely encourage you to do so. We had a real treat today with Robert taking over our Twitter account. And I want to highlight some of the amazing tweets that Robert was able to accomplish with.
Now.
Starting off the bat, it's time for dueling voucher amendments. One, banning state funding for any voucher programs was passed. Go Rep Herrero. Another authorizing voucher programs was withdrawn. Sorry, Mr. Long in the Toth. And that is for Representative Toth, who had a couple of head-scratching amendments that I think we didn't have to endure the worst of them.
Yeah. Well, for a while, it was basically Kaysen, Slatton, and Toth. We're doing the really wacko ones. Let's see.
And this was our great news about Representative Rodriguez with the amendment requiring federal relief funds. That was done earlier today. We need to keep the pressure on. We have 5 more weeks to get this over to the finish line. It's got a couple of stops that can derail it. We had a couple of tweets about the action we had at the Capitol with a coalition of partners.
Oh, good. How did that go?
Really, really great. We had some great speakers from different organizations. We had some people turn out. You can see the Texas Deserves Better banner from Planned Parenthood, Texas Votes. And then there was some signs that we made, Texas Deserves Better, with our logo in Progress Texas, and people made their own signs.
Oh, good.
Really great. Let's see. This is your announcement about Representative Coleman's Medicaid amendment failing, which was very unfortunate, but we have those 80 legislators, to your point, that we can ask and find out. You know, we're struggling with health insurance in Texas. We have too many uninsured Texans. What was your reason for not helping Medicaid expansion happen in Texas?
Yeah.
All right, so these 2 tweets, I think, go back to back. Representative Ann Johnson had a really great amendment to provide $10 million for human trafficking prosecutions, reducing alternative to abortion program. Same amount, motion failed, of course. Followed by Rep Sour Springs Kraus, increasing funding for alternative abortions program by $10 million, which passed. Someone pour cold water on him. Yes, that's a great recommendation.
Thank you.
Take that, Nabisco Kane. Your stupid county elections amendment just got shut down with a point of order by our hero, John Busey. And so
yeah, I really like John Busey. I was hoping he'd be a little more active tonight, because he's always got, you know, great ideas and great bills. This, you know, that's the thing is I wanted to see more of my heroes. I mean, I can count on Garnett Coleman and Donna Howard to be there. And I'm going to be really sorry if they ever leave the legislature. But I wanted, you know, there's some other great members that I'd like to see doing stuff like, you know, Tallarico. He did provide donuts.
Yeah, that was an announcement. That was maybe a way to try to weaken some of the defenses by giving everyone donuts.
Yeah, sweeten the deals.
Kathy shared in the comments that when Representative Coleman this morning, that there was a scary moment. Evidently, he has MS and he slumped at the lectern during his amendment layout. He seems to be okay. He did finally walk out by himself, but it was concerning at first.
Yeah, you can tell he's having trouble. And it's a sad thing to see because he has been there a long time. He's been a very strong advocate for mental health programs. He's always been just a wonderful guy. Yeah.
And I think this may be my personal favorite of yours, Robert. What Rep. Kaysen, you want to eliminate the board of geoscientists? Are you a rockhead?
Yes. Yeah, you know, that comes up from time to time, that poor old board of geoscientists. You just got to wonder why people want to eliminate them, because that is a pretty important profession. But no, he wanted to get rid of them, and so there was some discussion about that. Mary Gonzalez came to their defense.
And it definitely looks like there's some legislators that really shine during this budget night process. Going back to Representative Busey, you know, he's last legislative session, he's the one who brought the amendment for Medicaid expansion and ended up having a vote on that. And that was a really great step that needed to take place to start bringing it more into the public space and public eye.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Representative Howard. We've seen Representative Howard in action tonight around her effectiveness. And then Representative Gonzalez seems to be somebody who's pretty reliable to be on top of things.
She is. Mm-hmm.
Representative Thompson praises Rep. Slayton's tax compression, quote unquote, tax compression relief amendment by saying, "God bless America." So tell us a little bit about this moment when it happened.
There's some background about that I'm not privy to, but apparently he's got some reputation, I think, for being overly patriotic. So that's probably where that was coming from. They don't need to be doing any more tax compression anyway. I don't understand why there has to be so much money put into plunking down property tax rates when, you know, there are school districts that are suffering. But that's just me.
Well, and as what we talked about yesterday, when it comes to Medicaid expansion, it's putting the burden on property taxes to cover elements of that where we're not getting those federal dollars that we're submitting with our income taxes.
Mm-hmm.
We could be getting that money back to help with Medicaid expansion versus property taxes having to help cover that. That was a great point that Eva made yesterday in our budget night preview. And so, so if you're complaining about property taxes, let's get the state doing the things right so that there's not so much of a burden on local property taxes to pay for everything.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we got a couple more. Here's some pictures from the noon rally and press conference. Some great partners here giving some great talking points around the Tex Ledge needs to do better and Texas deserves better. And I think that may be a theme that we have all the way up to the 2022 election, is that Texas deserves better. We need to have legislators at the Capitol that are here to solve the problems that we have and work for solutions. Let's see. That may have been the budget tweets that we've had up to this point today. We got a question from Kirk. What have you heard out of Beckley? Is there anything that you heard today from Representative Beckley?
Well, if there was, I didn't catch it. Let me see.
The only time I heard Beckley speak, which I definitely wasn't tuned in as much as Robert was, it was around an amendment that was immediately withdrawn. And so it ended up not being a big conversation.
Yeah, she had 3 amendments. One of them was about, let's see, reduce, increase, legislative council. Funding for statewide legislative hearings. Okay, not really sure what that's about. Oh, okay. Well, she has a good amendment here. Probably either got withdrawn or put into Article 11, but it was to increase the salaries of state hospital and state supported living center employees by $3,000. That was a point that Donna Howard brought up yesterday when we were talking to her about how low the pay is for these folks. Yeah, and that there's a lot of turnover. Yeah. Yeah. What else? What else is here? And then having the Attorney General's office submit a monthly report about the amount of money spent on election or voting related litigation each month. There was so much about elections in the amendments this time.
I can't say that would have been a bad one. Attorney General does like his frivolous lawsuit.
Yes. Yeah.
Kathy has a comment here. One of the property tax compression was for those on disabled and elderly whose taxes were frozen and didn't benefit from the last round.
Oh, okay. Well, that wasn't the one I was talking about with Toth or Kraus. That was a different one. I don't know. Did she say who sponsored that amendment?
No.
Okay.
But we will put the question, and we know she's hearing us. So Kathy, feel free to respond if you have that information.
Yeah.
Jason Romero has a question for us. Why do people withdraw their amendment but still talk about it anyway?
Because they still want to talk about it. They feel like that it was an important subject that they'd like the members to know about, and also anybody who's watching. Because even if there aren't folks in the gallery, there's people like us that are watching. So they know it's not going to go anywhere, but they do want to have a discussion about it.
Yep. Kathy says the scrum is fading on the Democratic side and swelling on the Republican side.
Oh.
And we can definitely see in the video footage that there is a gathering of size here that's happening.
Yeah, a concentration of conservatives.
Cheryl says Texas Tribune had a good summary of the amendments used to punish Paxton. Cheryl, if you'd like to put that link into the chat, we'd love to check it out.
Yeah, the Tribune has this whole series of their analysis of amendments and what's going on that's really good.
See, before this point of order is resolved, Kathy, let's give Kathy a challenge so that we can mark the moment that Indivisible Text Ledge had a mark in the presence at this budget night hearing. So with all your friends around you, Kathy, and some of them may be strangers, let's see if you can convince them to all turn around and wave at us and give a thumbs up to the work that Indivisible Text Ledge is doing. If we can get a multitude of thumbs up from the people on your row and in your section, we will claim victory and pick a bingo square to claim based on that success. And in terms of the amendment that we were talking about with Kathy, she doesn't know who it was, but it was a Democrat.
Okay.
Unless I recognize them, it's hard to know because hearing is hard there.
Yeah, that's one of the problems with being in the gallery is that the acoustics are horrible.
All right, we've got the link here from Cheryl. Looks like Kathy's recruiting her neighbor, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to close on her amendment.
Okay.
Point of order was withdrawn. And did he say it was closed, the amendment?
No, she said to close on the amendment, that he's going to
close
come
on
back and let her talk again.
Okay.
Yeah.
The chair
Thank you,
recognizes
Mr.
Morrison.
Speaker. I wanted to go ahead and finish laying out the bill since I didn't have the opportunity to finish it. So we are talking about the appropriated money that has been coming in from the COVID-19 relief. And this includes a lot of money from the American Rescue Plan Act, the CARES Act, the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief, the ESSER 1, 2, or 3 Acts, or the Coronavirus Response and Relief Act, Supplemental Appropriations Act, CRISA, or any COVID-19 Relief Act. Remember, these federal dollars are a historic amount of relief funds that impact every district in the state. And we have to ensure that we can tell our constituents they have a say in where and what those dollars are spent on, and we can only ensure that by having their elected representatives making the decisions. The CARES Act, according to the LBB, Texas allocation is currently estimated to be $18.4 billion. The CRISA, according to the LBB, Texas allocation is currently estimated to be $12.8 billion. The American Rescue Plan Act, we are still waiting on federal guidance, but estimates are that Texas allocation is about $38.4 billion. It is clear in Article 3 of the Texas Constitution that our founding fathers intended for appropriations to be handled by the Texas legislature. Throughout Article 3, the enumerated multiple times the role of the legislature is to take in matters of appropriations. Members, I want to thank Chairman Bonin, Vice Chairman Gonzalez, the chairs of the articles, Chairman Capriglione, Chairman Wilson, Chairman Gonzalez, Chairman Wally, and Chairman Cecil Bell. They have been great advocates and have run great subcommittees. And the whole Appropriations Committee, I want to thank them for their work and look forward to the same good work on the funds that will be coming after our regular session. Members, this is something that I brought to you just because I know all of your constituents are talking to you about being involved. This has been a very difficult year with all that we've gone through. And I know that our constituents have asked us over and over to please make the decisions for the next legislature. So with this, Mr. Speaker, I will move adoption unless there's any questions.
Ms. Morrison sent an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. A record vote has been requested by Mr. Price and Mr. Martinez Fisher. The clerk will ring the bell.
We have a vote, Robert, right?
Yes. All members voting. Show Mr. Lozano voting aye. There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, the amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
I move that the remarks by Representative Morrison be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion is objection. Chair hears none. The motion is adopted. The amendment on page 259 has been withdrawn. pardon me, the amendment on page 259 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 260. The amendment on page 260 has been withdrawn.
All right, we'll see if there may be a small break happening right now. But that's something we haven't seen in a while, Robert, and that was an actual vote.
Yep, that was an actual vote, all right. No nays, too. So that was pretty cool.
Mr.
Mr.
Speaker,
Turner, for what purpose?
parliamentary inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Which amendment is before the House?
No amendment just yet, but we are about to go on page 261.
About to go to 261. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, please come down front.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Turner, for what purpose?
is the amendment 261 before the House?
Not yet.
I don't think that guy's actually listening.
Not listening, but eager at the same time.
Mr. Kane.
Interesting combination.
Please come down front.
That's always a mistake.
There's
To
a
ask
Briscoe
Kane
Kane
to-
walking to the front like he's
Yeah,
walking
ask him to come to the front. That's always a mistake.
He's walking to the principal's office.
Yeah. He withdrew so many amendments last time. He would bring something up and somebody would say, basically, no, that's wrong. You can't do that. And he would say, all right, I withdraw the amendment. That happened so many times. It was just absurd.
The
It's no
amendment
wonder
page
he ended up on the 10 worst.
So Kathy says she hopes he's getting a whooping.
Yeah.
I think earlier Kathy was saying
Speaker Craddock.
Oh, okay, Craddock's back. So I guess Kane got shoved to the side. Kicked to the curb.
Kathy thinks it's because he writes them in crayon. Maybe.
Yeah.
Cheryl thinks his amendment E870156 is up next. Kirk is asking, is Kane standing up? Oh, that's a good question. It's hard to tell from up here.
It is, isn't it? Supported by donations, memberships.
The amendment on page 262 has been moved to Article 11. The amendment on page 263 is moved to Article 11.
That was Talarico's
Okay.
amendment.
Yeah. Oh, for Wyndham. Okay. Wyndham School District is really just classes for inmates that are still taking public school classes. That's what Wyndham is.
So we have Huberty up next with an amendment. We'll see what happens with this one.
Oh, learning loss. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully there's a conversation around this.
Shall be used for ways to address learning loss. Okay. Well,
we're going to keep giving Kathy the opportunity to see if her neighbors want to give us a wave and a thumbs up. This is one piece in the storyline of suspense that we're holding for our audience. Let's cheer Kathy on.
you know, Huberty's really gone to great lengths to be specific about how this money is going to be spent. They're going to have to assist them in prioritizing the following strategies.
The following amendment on page 264, the clerk will read the amendment.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Amendment by Huberty.
The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. I believe we have an amendment to the amendment, then I'll explain the amendment.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Dutton.
The chair recognizes Mr. Dutton to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment does three things. One is it requires them to develop a plan. Two, it requires them to put the plan on their website. And three, it requires them to report back to the legislature how they spent the money.
Mr. Dutton sends an amendment to the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the adoption of the amendment? Chair hears none. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Mr. Huberty to explain the amendment as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the amendment, what we're doing is that we're getting billions of dollars from the federal government. We're creating some guardrails and guidelines for TEA that get money to make sure that our districts are spending the money in the correct way. And with that, I believe it's acceptable to the author.
Mr. Huberty sent an amendment as amended. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment as amendment is adopted.
Yeah, it was very prescriptive. All the
Following
things
amendment on page 265, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Mr. Reynolds to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is an amendment that I'm laying out for Representative Davis to clarify some language for contracting with ethnic minority-owned businesses, and it is acceptable to the author. I move adoption.
Mr. Reynolds sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
All right, so we got two interesting amendments that have just been adopted.
Yeah, well, what's really interesting is that I can't find that one in the packet, in the pre-files. If you do, let me know.
I think 265, page 265 is the one that was filed by Davis. I think that was Representative Reynolds that was presenting.
The following
amendment. He was just presenting it. Oh, okay. Okay. It wasn't his amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, this is an amendment to correct some old language that's left behind from 2005 for our COGS. The amendment to the amendment just changes it from 250 counties down to 200 200 entities.
The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Davis.
The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so the amendment to the amendment takes it from 250 cities and county jurisdictions to 200. It fits under the COG for North Central Texas Council of Governments.
Ms. Davis sent an amendment to the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes Ms. Davis to explain the amendment to the amendment, to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment deals with some old language for North Central Texas Council of Governments, and I'm going to move it to Article 11 so that they can work through those changes.
Members, Ms. Davis moves adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, we are moving on to Article 10.
Oh, the legislature. Let's see.
Article 9 is complete.
Yep.
We are in our final article.
Well, almost final.
Almost final.
They actually have pre-filed amendments for Article 11 from Representative Turner and Representative Coleman.
So should we say final article of substance?
Of substance, that's right. Yes. Uh-huh.
So if we have some time, if they end up giving us some time, let's see if we can kind of go through Huberty's amendment a little bit, followed up by Dave.
The amendment on page 270 is going to Article 11.
Well, it's a great way to start out Article 10, I guess.
Yep.
Is Ms. Howard on the floor of the House?
Oh, she wants to increase the salaries for House of Representatives staff.
Nice.
Which is good because they are kind of underpaid for what they do.
The following amendment on page 271, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Howard.
The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've brought my good friend Matt Schaefer up here with me because you probably wouldn't have ever expected to hear me say this, but this is an amendment inspired by my good friend Matt Schaefer. Yes. Yes. For the last couple of sessions, Representative Schaefer's made a compelling case in the House Rules process to provide our staff with a potential pay raise through our office budgets. And for the last couple of sessions, he's been told there's not money for that in the budget. This amendment seeks to set aside unexpended funds for the purpose of increasing our office budgets for staff salaries. We've been down here for hours haggling and debating and doing our best to stand up for our districts. Meanwhile, our staff is having another late night and scrambling around in the office to find us that statistic or review a bill to co-author and see how that last amendment would impact the folks back home. If you're fortunate enough to have good staff, you know they are hard to keep given the constraints of our office budgets. Those who've managed to keep getting elected know that institutional knowledge is invaluable to successfully serving our constituents. And as I hear quite often, many of our staff, your staff, are constituents of mine, or Vicky's, or Celia's, or Gina's, or Eddie's, or Cheryl's. To be able to provide the responsiveness our voters expect, many of them live right here in Austin. Despite the spate of legislation to help us here in Austin that y'all have been so gracious to bring to us all the time, we've also been hearing a lot this session about all the great success my hometown has been having. Low unemployment, more job opportunities, an unending stream of companies relocating here, incredible quality of life. Unfortunately, all that economic success paired with a welcoming and open city has made Austin increasingly expensive. The last time the House raised its interim office budgets was 2015, when we went from $12,500 a month to $13,500 a month. Meanwhile, the cost of living in Austin has increased dramatically. Our Senate colleagues increased their own funding and office budgets in 2019 from $39,000 to $41,000. Let's at least try to set aside some unexpended funds for the potential to increase office budgets next session, or to at least have the actual debate on that issue and not get shut down again, not get Schaefer shut down again because we didn't get anything in the budget. I've been asked to move this to Article 11. And I want that to happen. And I want to do this on behalf, as I know you do, of all of our staffers. And I want our budget conferees, hopefully, to recommend adoption of this much-needed amendment and help us support our staff. Thank you, Representative Schaefer, for inspiring.
Mr. Cortez, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
I will.
She yields
Representative Howard, thank you for bringing this amendment forward for our staffs who are currently right now in our offices waiting and working and being patient, and they're here with us in these long hours.
That's
And
right.
they're ensuring that we have the support necessary and the information necessary and the data necessary to make the right decisions on these important amendments. And for you to bring this forward, I remember myself and Representative Schaefer had a discussion about this earlier in session when we were talking about the House rules, about how raises for our staff were necessary and were long overdue. And the Senate has consistently raised their staff budgets. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And yet we have not done the same for our staffs. And yet our staffs are just as qualified, are just as educated, are just as ready to provide service to our constituents as the Senate staff is. Am I correct?
You're correct.
So are you saying that we're going to put this in Article 11?
I'm being told that because of the funding and what the unexpended funds that we have left, and without having a specific amount that we're talking about raising the office salaries right now, that we would need to be having that kind of information available to us. But I'm being assured that that will be discussed and that we will have some way to look at having dollars available for this. Look, this is the main thing. Representative Schaefer, time after time, has proposed this when we've had our House rules discussions at the beginning of session. And every single time he's been told, well, it needed to be talked about in the budget. So here we are, talking about it in the budget so that we can at least put something in place that whether we do it now or when we come back, I would like to do it now, that we've actually got something in place, because it's like this constant cycle of not being able to ever do it because we're told you didn't get it in the budget, you can't talk about it now. We got to do something.
And I appreciate you trying to do something, and Representative Schaefer for trying to do something. I hope my colleagues here are listening as to how important this discussion is, how necessary it is. All of our staffs have worked hard and deserve it, and we have a difficult time keeping our staffs because obviously they can go on to another job where the salaries are increased. They can even go across the hall to the Senate chambers, which happens. And yet we have not taken any action to make this happen. And so I encourage my colleagues to please listen to this debate and this important amendment. And if we can make action happen today, let's do it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I'd love to vote on this, folks, but it sounds like we have to go to Article 11. So with that, I, whatever the right words are, move adoption and placement of the amendment in Article 11. Thank you.
Members, Ms. Howard moves adoption and placement of the amendment to Article 11 as objection. Chair hears none. So ordered. Members, the amendment on page 272 has been moved to Article 11. Members, the amendment on page 273 has been moved to Article 11. The following amendment on page 274, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Wu.
The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. Wu to explain the amendment.
Members, this is an amendment to make sure that interpreter services are available during redistricting hearings in the district. Move adoption, and it is acceptable by the author.
Mr. Wu sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable by the authors. Objection to the adoption of the amendment. The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. The amendment on page 275 has been withdrawn. Mr. Schaefer.
All right, Robert.
Remember, the amendment on page 276 is moving to Article 11.
We're really speeding through these. We'll see if we can sneak in a couple of questions we've gotten.
Okay.
Cheryl says E870102 ballistic protection. I think that's meant to be an expletive after that. Question marks, exclamation points, X's. Pound sign, at sign. Kathy's asking, is this what happened? I missed it. Breaking. From the quorum report, Texas House votes to require a special session of the legislature to appropriate federal funds that arrive after the regular session is concluded. The vote to add this as an amendment to the budget was 147-0.
No, well, it wasn't a special session. It was more like, where did she see that?
The quorum report.
Yeah, I guess you could say they'd have to have a special session, but
because it was a requirement for the legislature to be involved in the process for federal funds. So
yeah.
One could make the assumption, I guess, that and maybe
Mr. Hunter.
There's some language we could check out.
Yeah. Let me see.
And go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing about that is that
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Israel, for purpose.
I can't see
I'd
how.
like to move that the remarks from Donna Howard's Amendment 271 be reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal, please.
Members, you heard the motion. The objection, chair.
I don't understand how that works because the governor has to call a special session, right?
This is Amendment 136 by Morrison, correct?
Yeah. They've already been through that. Let's see. Trying to bring it up.
The amendment on page 278, the clerk read the amendment.
Amendment by Hunter.
The chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the amendment.
Members, each of these are going into Article 11, but I have to move adoption. So the first one that I have is the beach safety, which I request go to Article 11.
Mr. Hunter sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objection to adoption amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Representative Hunter,
the following amendment on page 279, the clerk read the amendment.
Johnny Cash of representatives, I guess.
Amendment by Hunter.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hunter to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is University of Texas Marine Science Institute, and this is a housing, and we move it into Article 11.
Mr. Hunter sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors.
He is the man in black, for sure.
The following amendment on page 280, the clerk will read the amendment.
His attire seems to be pretty consistent.
At least it's not like Dan Huberty, where, you know, Huberty wears pink,
Amendment by Hunter.
bright pink.
The chair recognizes
Suit.
Mr. Hunter to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is just further funding for University of Texas Marine Science Institute in Article 11. Move adoption.
Mr. Hunter sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Yeah, different tactics for attention with a tire for sure.
Yeah. So Morrison's
amendment on
amendment
page 281 has been withdrawn.
is saying you can't spend
The amendment on page
can't spend
282
any of
has
this
been withdrawn.
money unless it's been appropriated during a regular session or a special session after the effective date
Following
of the
amendment
act.
on page 283, the
So-
clerk will read the amendment.
That kind of forces the governor's hand then.
Right.
He has to call a special session in order to do this. Well, that amendment's that's a great amendment. I can't imagine it, you know, I just don't see that that's actually going to come in as it's the bill that's finally come out of conference committee.
Amendment by Bonin.
That's just not something that I think the Republican senators are going to want to do.
Amendment by Coleman.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
This is
I
a
like it.
contingency amendment for the Hobby School of Public Affairs, and I move adoption.
Dr. Bonin sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to adoption. The amendment, the chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
This is definitely one for us to check out. You know, we have a couple of those key amendments that have passed. We'll see if they can survive through the signing of the budget by the governor.
Yeah.
The amendment on page 284 has been withdrawn.
Well, right. I mean, if even it does get passed, I can see the governor immediately vetoing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that's the concern. You know, if the governor feels like this is constraining him or forcing his hand, we don't have a governor that seems open to, you know, having a fair and open process with federal funds.
No, but the good news here is that she has a lot of support for this amendment. So they've made a very, very bold statement to the governor that they're not happy and they want to have input about how that money is spent.
Right.
And they've made that clear, not just here in this amendment, but other amendments too. So the
Members,
pressure is
the
working.
remaining amendments were not timely filed and they will not be considered.
Okay, well, that just took care of a whole bunch of them. They were filed after 10 o'clock, I guess. That was the deadline.
After 10 a.m., missed the deadline.
Yep.
Any member who wishes to speak for or against SB 1?
This is it, guys. This is the final deal.
Not
Mr.
even 10
Guerin?
o'clock, Robert. I feel
I know.
slightly disappointed.
I'm
So
kind
we
of
have-
disappointed that it's not so late.
Yep. We had another question here.
The chair recognizes Mr. Guerin to speak for the bill.
Oh, we'll wait till there's another lull for it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I've been here for 20 years, and this is as smooth as any budget that I've ever gone through, with probably the exception of the first one. And I want to thank the Appropriations Committee and the Speaker for working so hard to get irrelevant amendments pulled down and make this not a contentious argument. This is a good budget, members, and I encourage you to vote aye on this budget. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bonin.
Members, I have a very important announcement. The first ever salsa contest, not dancing, salsa contest was yesterday, and Ms. Morales was the victorious winner. Speaker Moody killed 3 people with his salsa. And I want to thank Mr. Morales for his chips. Thank you very much for providing the chips.
Well, good news on that salsa. I think we should try it before we can claim victory for it.
Yep.
So I want to go through some of these questions real quick. We had just a couple of them. Rachel asked, why are some amendments discussed, presented before being moved to Article 11, but others, the chair just moves there? Am I missing something?
Well, remember what we were saying at the very beginning. The speaker decided to make it very easy for House members to move their amendments into Article 11. All they had to do was to come up and say, it's moving to Article 11, or they could just tell the speaker that it's been moved to Article 11 and it's done. So in other words, they didn't really want to make a big deal out of it.
And for those that do want to speak on it, they want to make sure that people understand why this amendment is there, and they just want a little extra spotlight on it.
Yeah.
So that they can either help with some persuasion or let the public know, or have their talking point recorded, so that they can have that for future negotiations, or just for their constituents to know that this is why they stood up for this amendment.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't change the outcome, whether you talk about it or whether you just let the speaker know, like you mentioned, Robert. Either way, it goes to Article 11.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and this very last amendment from Representative Coleman for a building for the Hobby School of Public Affairs. Do you remember Senator Kirk Watson? Senator Kirk Watson is from Austin. Really great guy. He would make a really good governor. But he's now the dean of the Hobby School of Public Affairs. And of course, they picked a great name. Lieutenant Governor Bill Hobby comes from a long line of political, comes from a kind of deep political family. So he was lieutenant governor when I started at the LBB, and I really miss him. Very smart man who paid attention to things.
That's what we hope, that, in some of these cases, legislators do need to make sure they're being eagle-eyed. Why this, deadline for filing amendments is important, so they have time to do it. Because, something can sneak in without people realizing if they're not paying attention and doing their part.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, I'm going to share our bingo card with everybody. Let us know if there's anything that we're missing, or if there's something on your bingo card you've been able to claim that we haven't yet. So far, we have 6 squares claimed. We've gotten a couple that we were close on, but didn't quite get to get it over the finish line. A good example was the conversation around tax. Tax was mentioned, but tax cuts or property tax was not. And so, we have pending Kathy getting kicked out for the protester escorted out. I think Kathy may have
still down there, right?
She's still down there chatting with a friend. We'd love for that friend to give us a thumbs up and a wave. Or even better, Cheryl was getting concerned because there was a trooper standing behind Kathy for quite a bit at the top of the stairs there in the corner of the camera view. if that trooper's still around, if Kathy ends up getting plugged in again, we'd love to see if the trooper can give us a wave and a thumbs up. Great to see that kind of support for the work we're doing.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, with regard to the pre-filed amendments on the Speaker's desk that were moved to Article 11, I move to suspend all necessary rules and to adopt all the proposed amendments in a single motion, place the text of the amendments in Article 11, require the journal to reflect that the text of each amendment will be placed in Article 11, direct the journal clerk to distribute to the members the list of each amendment included in this motion as soon as possible, and permit members to record a vote in the journal on individual amendments included in this motion by filing a statement with the journal clerk no later than 5 p.m. on Wednesday, April the 28th, with the understanding that the recording of a vote on an amendment included in this motion does not affect the adoption of the amendment or inclusion of the amendment, of the text of the amendment in Article 11.
Well,
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Motion is adopted.
Gives a lot more context to the Article 11 amendments then.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to close on SB 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Speaker Phelan for the job that he's done and for the privilege of being able to chair this committee and the great committee members that we have. I want to thank our staff, many of whom are in the chamber with us now, and particularly the committee staff, the Speaker's staff, our House parliamentarians who have worked day and night for many weeks now, and the staff of the Chief Clerk's office. Additionally, the Legislative Budget Board has been indispensable in their support for all of our efforts, and we truly could not do this without them. Most importantly, for what we've done here today, I've got to thank the subcommittee chairs, Vice Chair Mary Gonzalez, Chair Armando Wally, Chair Gio Capriglione, and Chair Terry Wilson. I think things went well today, and it's just a blessing to be able to serve in a legislative body that can come together with different backgrounds, different perspectives, different opinions, have a healthy, serious, thoughtful discussion and debate, respect one another, and do the work of the people of the state of Texas. And it was the due diligence and the preparation that these members put into what happened today that made today such a success. And so I want to thank them personally for their great work.
Mr. Huberty, for what purpose?
Will the chairman and doctor yield for a thank you?
Will the chairman and doctor yield for a thank you?
I yield.
I want to thank, first of all, the speaker for your leadership and you and your committee chair people for keeping our promise to our children of Texas for funding education. I think it's critical. That's what we go back home on. And I know that Chairman Wilson did a great job, but certainly Dr. Gonzalez and Mr. Wally and Mr. Capriglione for the job that you did. But I think it's critical for us to be able to go back home and say that we kept our promises under House Bill 3 as we go forward. So Chairman Bonin, you did an amazing job today, and I just want to thank you. I think we owe you a round of applause for the work that you have done. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Canales, for what purpose?
Can we have all of Dr. Bonin's closing remarks reduced to writing and placed in the journal?
Members, you heard the motion, the objection. Chair hears none, so ordered.
So, and members, in closing, I do want to tell you as a matter of housekeeping that our hope is to pass on a voice vote, SB 1 on second reading, and then take up the supplemental, which I think we can manage quite efficiently, and then suspend the rules and finish out our third reading business, which of course includes a record vote on each of those pieces of legislation, and be done with this this evening. And with that, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage to third reading of SB 1. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and SB 1 is passed to third reading.
Thank you.
And there we have it, Robert.
Yep. Well, and if you want to stick around, they're going to talk about the supplemental bill. It's important. This is where Eva was talking about yesterday that
The chair lays out on second reading House Bill 2. The clerk will read the bill.
that's the supplemental bill.
House Bill 2.
Yep.
HB 2 by Bonin relating to making supplemental appropriations and reductions in appropriations and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding appropriations.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute for House Bill 2 ensures we pass a balanced, fiscally responsible budget that fulfills our commitment to all Texans. The bill in front of you meets the current biennium obligations and creates a foundation for the upcoming biennium. House Bill 2 updates the projections to the Foundation School Program as it was passed in House Bill 3 last session. District property value growth, lower than anticipated average daily attendance rates, increased non-general revenue funds revenues, and federal coronavirus aid relief and economic security act funding, also known as the CARES Act, has resulted in a net savings of $5.5 billion. Public health and public safety salary swaps made using the coronavirus relief funds provide a general revenue savings of $3.9 billion in the 2020-2021 biennium. House Bill 2 appropriates $876 million out of the Economic Stabilization Fund for one-time expenditures, and these are items identified by agencies and by the Appropriations Committee as critical to state disaster response, facility health and safety needs, and cybersecurity and information technology projects. Some of these items include $56.4 million to the Texas A&M Forest Service to respond to natural disasters, $201.5 million for IT and cybersecurity projects. The committee used the Department of Information Resources prioritization of cybersecurity and legacy modernization projects report, which ranks requests based on risk assessments to the state and our constituents. $40.2 million to the Texas Facilities Commission to complete phase 1 of the Capitol Complex and to move agencies into new facilities. $36.2 million for renovations to the state capitol. The large majority of this request is to repair the roof on the Capitol building, which has severe water damage. And finally, $585 million for capital needs across various agencies prioritized by health and safety risks. Included in this amount is $276 million for the completion of the Austin and San Antonio state hospitals.
The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Bonin.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is simply a technical correction, changing a date in the bill.
Dr. Bonin sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the authors. Objection, adoption of the amendment. Chair hears none. The amendment is adopted. Following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Landgraf.
The chair recognizes Mr. Landgraf to explain the amendment.
Well, it looks like we may have a little small break there, Robert.
Yeah. Well, looks like Jeannie Morrison has the same amendment here on House Bill 2 that she did back on Senate Bill 1 about the federal funds. So that, and no, she's got it here again. Okay.
The amendment has been withdrawn.
I wonder if those are going to be included or withdrawn. Landgraf just, okay, that got withdrawn.
So if people at home are wanting to follow us, HB2 is what you're wanting to pull up.
Yep.
Mr. Desatel on the floor of the House.
There's only 7 amendments here, and some of them are going to get withdrawn pretty quickly.
Rachel
Ms.
said,
Morrison.
oh. Dang, this was a lot less contentious than we thought for this bingo card.
I know. Sorry.
And even the legislators had a comment on the lack of contentiousness with this budget night.
Yeah, they did. It was smooth. It was a very smooth process.
Which I don't know.
Charlie Guerin liked to say.
I don't know if that's an encouraging thing for the budget process to be smooth.
No, I mean, what it means is that it's a testament to how well Greg Bonin managed the whole thing, and Phelan. They both managed this pretty well. They kind of kept everybody in line, but the people this body needs to change.
Yeah.
These guys,
The clerk read
we
the
need some
amendment.
new faces down there on the House floor.
Amendment by Morrison.
The chair recognizes Ms. Morrison to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is the same amendment that was put on Senate Bill 1 for House Bill 2, and I move passage.
Ms. Morrison sends an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to adoption of the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Wow. So it's both. So that amendment's now going to control the current
Following
budget.
amendment, the clerk read the amendment.
'Cause that's what they're amending is the current budget.
Amendment by Parker.
The chair recognizes Mr. Parker to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Speaker and members. This amendment simply seeks to ensure the federal COVID-19 relief funds are used for their intended purpose in the most effective, responsible way. As is the case with certain federal funds, opportunities exist to increase the quality of care provided, specifically to Medicaid, home, and community-based services recipients. This is helping our medically fragile children. Move passage.
Mr. Parker says of the amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is objection to the amendment? The chair hears none. The amendment is adopted.
Question is Reddy Rodriguez's amendment going to get passed? Because he's got an identical one to the one that he had in Senate Bill 1.
Cheryl Foster made a comment, Bonin at the podium instead of the dais. That has the sting. And this is Bonin, former Speaker Bonin's brother, correct, Robert?
Yeah. This isn't Dennis Bonin. This is Greg Bonin, his brother. A much more low-key, even-handed guy than his brother Dennis, who could be very volatile.
Yeah, hot-tempered Bonin is probably a nickname he could have. And
Does any member want to speak for, on, or against House Bill 2? The chair recognizes
okay,
Mr. Dr. Bonin to close on the bill.
So Rodriguez must have withdrawn his amendment.
The question occurs on the passage to engrossment of House Bill 2. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. The ayes have it, and House Bill 2 is passed to engrossment.
All right, there we go.
it is 10:14, and just a shade over.
Members, we're about to
12
go
hours.
to third reading on these bills. Please stand by, and we'll be there in about 5 minutes.
So
In other words, these are all going to get done tonight. So we're at April 22nd. It takes a while to get all the conference committee members appointed, because that's a really plum place to be, is on the conference committee. Yeah, that's an appointment you really want. And so we're probably looking at the whole thing not really getting started until May, right? Because
Yeah, and that's something that our allies and partners have been kind of sharing, is that, you know, the budget was being used as a dam for some of this bad legislation that we're all concerned about. And now that this is done, the next week or two may be focused on moving this bad legislation forward. And this is where it's really important for us to start contacting Speaker Phelan and your own representatives to really put the pressure on this bad legislation.
Yep.
To stop it. And then to put your support around good legislation like the Medicaid expansion or the George Floyd Act.
Or the House Bill 41 for better pre-K class sizes.
Absolutely. Something we posted on our website today that we'll be sharing on our platforms tomorrow for sure. And so this is an opportunity for us to really, really take advantage of this next week or two because things are going to be moving fast. And we want to make sure that this bad legislation doesn't sneak in. And that this good legislation that we really want to get passed gets a hearing. If it hasn't gotten a hearing, and gets to move forward in this process. So let's take a sneak peek at the bingo card. Cheryl Foster says, or Rosie's Law, Medicaid funding for abortions. Yes, that's a big priority for our reproductive rights huddle. Cheryl Foster is our reproductive rights huddle leader. Definitely something we want to see pass. So, the budget is a chance to kind of see where everyone was at. If there was any contentious display or what kind of amendments got passed, we see where we're at now. And we really want to make sure that we take this momentum and getting our voice heard. So definitely share with your friends and your neighbors and your community. We've got to engage in the Texas legislature. These next couple of weeks will be critical. So we heard Medicaid mentioned. We already had Medicaid expansion circled, even though we weren't.
The chair
live.
recognizes Dr. Bonin for a motion.
We have that one counted.
Mr.
for.
Speaker, I move to suspend the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 several days to take up and consider SB1 on third reading.
This just means they're going to, this is the final passage, third reading.
Members, you heard the motion. This motion requires a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. To Dr. Bonin voting aye. So Mr. Huberty voting aye. All members voting. Show Ms. Theory voting aye. There being 147 ayes, 0 nays, the constitutional rule is suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passage SB1. The clerk will read the bill.
SB1 by Nelson, General Appropriations Bill.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to
Thank you,
close on the
Mr.
bill.
Speaker. This is the budget of the state of Texas. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of SB1. This is record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. Show the speaker voting aye. All members voting. There being 149 ayes, 0 nays, SB1 is finally passed. SB
job, guys.
Subject to Article 3, Section 4(9)(a), the Texas Constitution.
So I'm going to claim that clapping in celebration due to the indivisible text ledge budget night.
Chair recognizes Dr. Bonin for a motion.
And
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to suspend the constitutional rule requiring bills to be read on 3 several days to take up and consider House Bill 2 on third reading.
Members, you heard the motion. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Toth voting aye, Mr. Wally voting aye, Dr. Bonin voting aye, Ms. Gonzalez voting aye. All members voting. There being 148 ayes, 0 nays, the constitutional rule is suspended. The chair lays out on third reading and final passes House Bill 2. Clerk will read the bill.
HB 2 by Bonin, relating to making supplemental appropriations and reductions in appropriations and giving direction and adjustment authority regarding appropriations.
The chair recognizes Dr. Bonin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Supplemental Appropriations Act, which closes out the budget for the current biennium. I move passage.
The question occurs on final passage of House Bill 2. The clerk will ring the bell. All members voting. There being 148 ayes, 0 nays, House Bill 2 is finally passed, subject to Article 3, Section 49A of the Texas Constitution.
And there you have it. Both SB1 and HB2 have passed.
This is the major milestone, guys. You know, this means that both chambers have done what they had to do, and now it's up to a conference committee. Usually,
Members, before we leave, the Speaker Justice is clear. If you have any announcements, please bring them down front. I want to thank Dr. Bonin, obviously, and the entire committee, the subcommittee chairs, staff of the appropriations, staff of the Speaker's office for all their hard work. Also, please keep in your prayers Mr. Cecil Bell Jr., his father-in-law passed away today, Charlie Jackson Bullock. Please keep Mr. Bell in your prayers. Are there any announcements? Oh, yes. By the way, we have a local calendar tomorrow at 9 a.m. So you got to show up for work tomorrow. Dr. Bonin moves that the House recess until 9 a.m. Friday. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands recessed.
All right, House is at recess. Let's take a look at our bingo card. I no longer see Kathy in that seat, so we're going to claim that as a protester was escorted out.
There we go.
We're sorry, Kathy. Thank you for doing the good work of getting escorted out. And, you know, we never got official confirmation, but I think we had enough suspicious lawmakers in how they were sitting at their desks that we're going to claim that there was a lawmaker asleep at their desk at a point during this budget night.
Yep.
And so, you know, we have another box that we have filled out here. And Cheryl says, wow, that was really different than the last few sessions. And Robert, if I'm remembering correctly, was it 2017 where there was, you know, the budget was going down to the wire, that there was real concerns about the budget getting passed?
Yeah, I think that's right. They're all starting to run together now, all those sessions. You go through, you know, I don't know how many I've done. Well over 15 sessions, and they all start to run together. Yeah, I will say this. We have definitely had sessions where it came down to the wire, and 2017 could easily have been one of them.
Yeah. And so, yeah, it is a milestone, like you said, a huge point of the legislative session where an accomplishment like this is done. And so, you know, we may not be satisfied in it in a lot of different ways. We know that there's still bad legislation we have to be careful for now that this process is done. So, this weekend, we're going to try to use the opportunity to really communicate to Texans so that we can load up the phones and emails through the weekend and really hit the ground running on Monday.
Do it.
Whatever hearings are going to happen. So everyone be prepared for that. If you have a bingo card that you were tracking and filling out, take a picture of it, take a screenshot of it, send it to us in the comments. Let us know how far you got, because we would love to give you a prize for participating in bingo night. And if you're watching this,
artwork, see if you can do some artwork on your bingo card.
Absolutely.
Draw a picture of a House member that really rubs you the wrong way.
Yeah, some interesting artwork would be great to see. And if you're not watching this live and you're watching a recording, kudos to you for doing your homework still and watching it as a recording. Send us your bingo card, even if it's a week after this broadcast. We'd love to send you some Indivisible Text Ledge goodies that we may have, which we will not tell you what those are. We need proof of bingo card before you find that out.
Yep.
Well, Robert, this was definitely a great night to be able to have the watch party and walk through. We have the 2 budget previews recorded as well if people want to see what kind of conversations were being had, to continue to learn about this process, because I think that's the key thing that we want Texans to get, is that they learn a little bit more about this process and understand how important it is to be in the conversation with the budget when you really want legislation passed to solve some of the problems we're wanting solved.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what the press thinks about this tomorrow. So, start with the Tribune, but also, check with every Texan, raise your hand, your local paper, see what they have to say about it. Even the Quorum Report, even if you're folks like me who can't afford a full Quorum Report $1 million subscription, but you can read the headlines. They're always interesting.
Gives you enough of a morsel to kind of let you know a little bit of intel. Well, thanks everyone for joining us tonight. We hope you enjoyed it. We love your feedback. If you have any comments on how this broadcast went, this was really an experimentation by us. Big shout out to Robert for this amazing idea. A week of budget night previews and budget night watch party. Something that this is new for us to be able to accomplish this year. And something we look forward to keep going, because I think this was really, really beneficial. So let us know in the comments, share with your network so that they can get some insight around some amendments that passed, and also share with us something you learned tonight that you did not know coming into budget night. We'd love to know something that you learned, because that would be great to see, how you benefited from this content.
And if you watch the 2 budget night shows, tell us what you thought about those, if what you liked, what you think we could improve on. Cause we're not interview pros here. We're still learning. So let us know what you thought.
Absolutely. We want to hear from you. And a great example of that is we had some great feedback from our audience today, like Mindy and others, that gave us some live feedback that we were able to make adjustments on the fly. And we think hopefully helped it be a little bit more engaging, watching this content and going through this process. So your feedback truly matters.
It does.
Well, Robert, I hope you get some rest tonight. We've got the weekend coming up. Tomorrow's Friday. And like we mentioned, everybody, we have a busy next couple of weeks. So let's get ready.
Yeah. The House members are supposed to show up at, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning?
9 o'clock
for the
tomorrow
contested calendar. Well, I would have to contest that. I would not show up at 9. I'm thoroughly contesting that.
Well, maybe we won't show up at 9 o'clock right away either tomorrow. But we hope everyone has a good night's rest. Be on the lookout. Follow Indivisible Tech Sledge, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, which Instagram is up and running. We're really excited about. And make sure you're a part of our newsletter. Check out our website. We have a lot of great work being done, and we want you to be a part of helping us change Texas so we have a better and brighter future.
All right.
Thanks, everybody.
Good evening.